Play your hand, play your hand. No fuck, counting the stacks, stacking the bags. 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 No fuck, play your hand, play your hand. Play your hand, play your hand. Play your hand, play your hand. Play your hand, play your hand.
Well, looks like we're cutting right to the action here. Hand number 5.
4 verse 75.
Let's try this again. Good evening. Welcome to Champions Poker Live. This is Dan Fouts coming to you live with Chris McCauley tonight. How's it going tonight, Chris?
I am doing fantastic. Thank you guys for having me back on. Pleasure to be here.
Yeah, it's exciting to have you back. We had a big long series there. Everybody had a break from this channel for a minute, but now we're back at the action. Today it's Wild Wednesday, 5-10-10, and we've got a great cast of characters. Let's start it off in the 1 seat. This is Noah. World traveler, just got back from some time in India, and he's about ready to go to Vegas for the summer, but he's going to stop here in Houston for a bit and play some poker with us. There's Noah.
And sitting next to him in the 2 seat is a fan favorite, crowd favorite. It's HV. Here to play big pots, put people in difficult spots, and give and get action all night long. Lovely to have him back on our stream, and feel like we've seen him in the 2 seat a lot recently, so good to have him back in the spotlight.
Indeed it is. Next to him in the 3 seat is Bedrock, another local favorite. Owns a couple of comic book stores here in town, Bedrock City Comics. Go check them out if you can. I'm a big fan of the stores, and I like to just browse the artwork and the comics that he's got. Super nice guy as well.
And next to him, rocking the power of pink, it's Tisch Money. Stream legend here, plays on a bunch of our streams, has also dabbled into streams in other places as well. He's another fan favorite. Awesome to see his growth in the game, and glad to have him back here with us.
In the 5 seats, second place in the main event for the Poker Go Championship. He ended up chopping it up with Sonny, and they did a PLO flip to see who won it all. Sonny won 2 out of 3 flips, but Outlaw got a big share of the cash prize as well.
And no stranger to big cash prizes in tournaments and big cash prizes on these games. It's Collin. Obviously a fantastic tournament player, but also great cash game player here as well. Got a little murderer's row with these 3 seated next to each other. He's sure to give action too.
Indeed, and visiting us from Florida by way of Lake Charles, Louisiana, it is Fins. He's been here for a couple of days, had a really good day Monday, won on the stream, and then won a ton of money post-stream. Then he came back yesterday and lost a lot of it back in the PLO stream. He's back for more. It's Fins.
And Ty, rocking the blue shades as always, comes back for more action here on the felt. Ty is a bracelet winner and an overall crusher. Also very fun, good action to bring to the stream. I'm sure to see him involved in some huge pots tonight. That's a guarantee almost.
And rounding out the lineup in seat number 9, becoming a bit of a regular here on stream. A little bit of a mystery, though. He doesn't talk a whole lot, and he didn't give us much in his bio information except for that he's from Cyprus and he likes Jack-9 offsuit. It's Jonathan. But the young gun here has been playing quite a bit on stream these last few weeks and doing pretty well. Good to see him back. And you see the $10 ante there. It's a 5-10 no limit hold'em with a $10 big blind ante today. Everybody's starting with around $2,000. It will be a match to stack game. I expect to see the stacks get bigger. And we're going to have some great action here tonight at Champions Club. Let's get the cards in the air.
You can see the $10 straddle is always going to be on. It's a permanent fixture of the game. So you will always see the 5-5-10 included with a $10 big blind ante. So doing that in favor of the the usual straddle format, like you might see with a 1-3-6 here, for example.
Nine fold, 1 fold.
Yeah, they are allowed to straddle for 20. Single straddle is allowed for the first few hours and then double straddle the last hour, as you were saying.
5 folds.
Yeah, it is a little bit early.
6 raised 125.
Damn, slap the shit out of those chips.
Ace queen suited in the big blind for Collin. 3 bets to $1 and a squirt here.
275.
And we're seeing some quick aggression from both players. 4-bet from Ty, all in from Collin, and a call. What a first hand.
Well, we've seen this before from Ty. Sometimes he plays that first hand without even looking at it. I think he did look at the ace-jack here, but these guys are going to... Somebody's going to double up. Oh, wow, what a flop.
And
Triple jacks.
It's probably going to be Ty with that flop. Jack, jack, jack. It's going to be pretty tough for Collin to take the win. He does have an out. He's got a
10 ball.
10 available from the corner pocket, but it is not to come. Quick double up for Ty. Collin looking like he's going to be adding on quickly here. As a reminder, this is a match the stack game, so stacks just got big real quick. I think that's fantastic news for the game, honestly.
For sure. Setting a precedent here for the pace of the game. An all-in to call. Hand 1.
Adding on 1K.
And you can hear Tisch Money adding 1,000 to his stack.
Geo, I'm adding on 1K.
Doesn't want to miss out on a chance to maximize his profit if he gets something against one of these bigger stacks.
I'll let you know.
You tell me.
Yeah, I'll tell you.
Let us know in the chat who you're rooting for tonight. Who do you think is going to be the big winner? Or the big loser?
Bit of an unfair prediction since Ty has already doubled up in the first 2 minutes of the stream, but you know, I'm not gonna bet. I think I have unfair information seeing Ty's stack right now.
Well, that was hand number 1. We're probably going to get over 100 hands in, so anything could happen.
Keep folding.
It does help to start off on the right foot, though.
Like, man,
Absolutely.
you need to stop this right
7
now.
folds.
I showed him the 4 with the 4 deuce. And it was
Noah opening in an early position with Jack 10 suited, folds around the fins in the big blind. He'll defend with Jack 8. He's going to need some help here.
Open me with that.
Check and check.
Check, check on an ace high board.
4K.
4K? 4K for 50.
If Noah's not going to bet it, Fins decides he will. Leads on the turn and takes it down.
Small and big.
How does the 10 not come? After it pre says he can
The thing that counts.
True. Oh, I didn't have a king in my hand. Come now.
Little pre-tip there from Fins. Sometimes that works. A little dealer bribe before the hand comes out.
Let's see if it pays off here from the small blind. Looks like the players have decided that there will be no nit game, at least not yet, for the stream. That is usually the game of choice for this lineup, if I
You had queen
do
nine
remember
off?
correctly. I've been mixing in some other fun
Fold it to
variable
your
games like the Squid Game, but I think Nit Game is a crowd favorite, and these guys
I
will
said
probably put it on at some point tonight.
Yeah, they were talking about it a little before.
Unfinished business with some people that aren't here.
Yeah. There's a lot of unfinished business.
Probably 3 or 4 hands without an all-in, and Tisch Money will mention it. HV opens this one in early position with King Queen, and again, it's just the big blind. Coming along, tie was 6-4.
Another game's bigger.
And taking the lead, bottom pair for tie.
No add-on.
That's waiting for everybody else.
Tisch already did? Yeah,
Two bets 40.
Okay. 1K. 2K is a good number. Caleb.
C-bet of $40 from HV, and Ty just calling.
And so far, so standard from both of these players.
True, he has a quarter mil.
Pretty wet board, HV holding the Queen of Spades in his hand. relevant enough as he c-bets, but he does take the lead, and it is just a good turn card for him. So
Little easier.
I will be checking almost always here in HV, can fire away for value without really any concerns at this point in the hand.
Pretty gross. You gotta always find a way to needle somebody, John.
And with that continued barrel, Ty will just let it go.
You want that damn trophy so bad. You kept talking. Every time they got to try to make it do it.
Small and big.
I've never had a trophy. You know what? I felt so bad for him.
I don't know, man. He didn't want it that bad. He wanted it that bad.
Were you just
lay
like
it out.
your chip stacks for the trophy?
What we should have done, Ty,
I got fight
give him the trophy.
I see.
I mean, I would love
They
it.
were like dead even chips. Yeah.
Dead even?
It wasn't just a flip for 60K.
I
It's a
see.
flip for 10K in the trophy. Yeah, I got juice on the other 50.
Okay. It's not bad, I guess. You
Not
don't
as
get a-
cool.
You don't get a trophy though.
Definitely not as cool.
You also didn't
Not
get.
as cool.
You also didn't get the PGT.
Just say you-
You didn't get the PGT winners photo.
You can go make your own belt buckle somewhere though.
Race 30 from 1.
Let's be.
If it was a cooler trophy.
Let's be real though. Do you want that clout as the
Pretty
tournament
impressive.
winner now, or want to stay under the radar?
5 calls, 6 forward. Huh?
I want to win, but I
Oh,
don't care about
no.
Noah opening this one under the gun. 2 black jacks. Outlaw just limping in with 10s, and now Finn's lifting it up here. Really small raise from Finn's in position with the ace queen makes it 85.
Really?
Like whoever sponsors me, I just give it to them.
Right.
Or like,
Oh, yeah.
yeah,
You look at
the store I play at, things like that.
it. You got one?
Both of the
Oh, you got
pairs will call.
Win the main, and you
Yeah,
could like.
Noah's going to be in good shape here, but out of position.
Would you want the
Yeah.
winner's title with and all the fame that comes with that? All the
So I have 1, 5, and 5.
or would you prefer to just have second place?
And we flop bottom set here with Outlaw. This is going to be a very action board. Great board for Finn's range. Noah with the open-ended straight draw as well. Tons of action possible here.
Yeah, I mean,
And all of it really made possible by Outlaw's pretty smart just call
kinda depends.
from the middle position here with the red 10s.
Go live on a farm. And
See how this plays out. Finn's has fired huge on this flop, and Noah has called. So for Outlaw now, with bottom set, you've got to think that you can raise here to get value from plenty of worse hands, especially multi-way. But I think he is going to come with just a call. I think exploitatively, this might be one of those rare instances where you can raise in a multi-way pot. One or both of your opponents probably has a pretty strong holding if they are betting large and calling large on such a high Broadway heavy flop.
5 checks.
That being said, I don't expect Finn's to continue blasting that much here on this turn. Might be a little bit suspicious that he's been called in 2 spots and will indeed make the check back. And unfortunately for everyone involved, Finn's is going to win this hand set over straight, but it's a super wet board, so I don't really expect anyone to lose a huge amount of money here on this run out. Definitely annoying for Outlaw and for Noah. Both got there, but not in the way that they'd want to.
Outlaw may be able to avoid a call here. Finn's bets and Noah makes the crying call with his set. Outlaw can probably just get away from it.
And as sad as it is, it's not going to be that hard of a fold depending on how big Finn's goes. If Finn's bets really big here on this river, then it's going to be really rough for these players. But he doesn't. He goes small, trying to get a call out of, I guess, exactly these other types of hands like jacks or tens or something of that sort. I know that Noah's a walking computer, so he knows that the price he's being given means he should call, but you also have to think about the fact that boards like this are just so very much underbluffed in live poker, especially. Maybe you might see some sick online bluffs for this tiny sizing, right? You're playing against a professional online or in a huge tournament, maybe you'll see something of this sort, but in live it's very difficult to be good in this spot, even with something like middle or bottom set.
Yeah, just too many straights available, especially from the 3-better pre-flop.
Yeah,
Wow, great fold, and now Outlaw is forced to call for that price.
Absolutely. One of the two of them had to lose the pot. It's just unfortunate that Outlaw flopped bottom set, gonna kind of shrug and put the cards down. Nice pop for Finn's to win though. Almost drags in an extra 1,000 for himself. Picks up right back where he left off the last time he played Hold'em. Another strong start. Fins and Noah, probably the only two gentlemen here tonight who are in contention for best dressed. Fins obviously always rocking the Dolphins or the LSU Tigers apparel, and Noah with a pretty fashionable like floral vest, green hat. I don't know, I think it's close.
Yeah, Noah was saying that hoodie came from a friend of his clothing company.
Okay.
Out of India.
Wow.
He was just visiting that country recently.
Big fold.
Yeah, it's a great looking hoodie. I like it.
Absolutely.
Wait, 30?
Early open from HV. Suited connector. Queen Jack of hearts.
4 calls, 5 and 6 fold.
Makes it 30, and Tisch money comes along with the suited ace. Ace 8 of diamonds for him. And heads up we go. These two have played a lot of hands together.
Mm-hmm.
Action flop here. Top pair for HV. Nut flush draw for Tisch money.
It's actually pretty interesting. I see HV making the check from the under the gun position here, and I suppose that makes sense. Kind of Jack 10 high, connected, very wet dynamic boards, probably connecting quite heavily with Tisch money's call range out of the +2 position. So intelligent check, but HV of course with a clear call has value, but has to play cautiously on probably most turns in the deck, including this one. 8 of spades, definitely not the best card for HV. Can connect with a lot of Tisch money's holdings in a variety of ways.
You too focus on one time.
And somehow, some way, the monster draw that Tisch money has completely bricked out. Does not improve on this river here.
And unfortunately, he did connect to the turn, so he may have to pay off this bet here from HV.
I'm interested with the bet sizing that HV took. It's a bit bigger than I would have expected, just based on the types of hands you'd be targeting here.
That you can hang me.
This type of bet looks like it's targeting either a 10 or another worse jack somehow, but I'm not positive if there are really any worse jacks in Tisch money's range at this point. So really only targeting a 10, it seems like, with this sizing, trying to get a suspicious call out of Tisch money. Thinking HV's pulling the trigger with something like ace queen, ace king.
Tisch money's got the nut diamond draw, so HV can't have that missed diamond draw.
But he does look him up and keep him honest. Great value bet there from HV. Is able to name his price and get the maximum. Nice work.
That's $40 for $30 round. I got you very lucky. The juice? Very lucky.
HV needs the money today. He's got a wedding this weekend. Exciting stuff for him.
Yeah, huge congratulations to him.
So much pressure. Not a good start.
Let me
That's 2, I think, right?
Doing 2 and then progressive again, 25?
Sure.
Sounds good.
What's it?
And out come the knit buttons. Knit game will be on. $200 penalty to the loser of the game. They do that in the form of a splash pot, so the loser does have the chance to win their money back. If you're unfamiliar with the game, those big red buttons signify that the players are still in the game. In order to get rid of your button, you must win a hand and show it down. It can be a bluff, but it has to be shown. Last player with the button pays the price.
Like every 30 minutes.
I think you can get like most of it. If you kill everybody for sure. If you don't.
There you go. That's what I'm saying.
Always good to start with a premium first hand of the knit game. A little scary when you're under the gun, though. Ace queen for Bedrock. He will lift it up to 30.
7 fold, 8 fold.
Folds around to the button. Jonathan with ace wheel suited, reaching for raising chips. Comes with a 3-bet to 115. Definitely GTO approved. Bedrock will call, though.
I mean, I was close. I'm mobile, but
And an ace high flop here with board pair. Connects to both players. Ace queen still in the lead, and Bedrock checking it over to Jonathan.
As soon as he put it in, it's like 5v1 going. And then 5v1 going, and then it's to me. I mean, I just go in. Yeah.
75.
Jonathan with the small continuation bet here, 75, but Bedrock, of course, in a never fold situation, also has the lovely queen of spades to go along with his top pair with a nice kicker. And that seven of spades certainly not going to alleviate any of Jonathan's potential concerns here. Even though there's not a lot of info in Jonathan's bio, I know he's a very studied, practiced young player. This is about as bad of a round as it gets for Jonathan's exact holding, so I think there's not much to think about here on this river, even for a small sizing, probably just a fold almost every time. You could get creative and maybe turn your hand into a bluff, try and represent some kind of strange full house combination, but don't think really any bet sizing is going to work here on this 4-spade run out.
Yeah. I thought you were going to order. Yeah, essentially. On Monday, I kept trying side bluff. You're playing like the fun. And I was in position, and after like 6 hours, he's like, I'm moving.
He does choose to keep him honest, though, is going to make the call, but unfortunately not correct this time. Bedrock taking down a small pot and no longer in danger for the Nick game. Did we say how much the penalty is going to be this time?
I believe they said 200.
Okay.
And this group a lot of times will increase it each other Nick game, so they might go up to 225 next time.
And obviously everyone else on the table are willing and close. There's no other piece that I can talk. Yeah, I go to the next to whoever hit to you.
Yeah. Like this guy.
No, he came in late. I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Thank you.
Glenn played with us.
we hit a lot.
When you're playing live cash, how much of a difference does that $10 ante make in your play?
I mean, for me, it's pretty significant. Just because if I'm playing live cash, let's use 1-3 as a better example, because that's the most common game in Houston. In a regular 1-3 game, you're really not supposed to defend your big blind specifically that much. It's significantly different to tournament play with that ante involved. Antes really have you defend your hand much more often since you're getting a better price to call. But if you're dealt, rags in the big blind, you don't want to defend that much. But when you've got this ante turned on, really incentivizes you to call a lot more out of that big blind and defend it more aggressively, I guess, because you have a bigger share of the pot. Speaking of aggression, we've got some wackiness going on right here. We've got the GTO approved 4-bet, the King 7 of hearts out of the small blind from HV.
It's probably going to work here. Noah does have a little pair on the button here, but with the stack depth that these guys have, you're really not wanting to set mine with deuces or threes in this spot, right?
Yeah, no chance. Not getting the right price here to call. And just with the nature of betting, of course, HV had a bluff in that instance, but most of the time, 4-bets are not going to be bluffs in this lineup. Even though I know we preach the aggression that these players employ, 4-bets are almost always extremely strong or some kind of strange bluff, and most of the time it's extremely strong.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Would not advise set mining if anyone 4-bets you in live poker ever, unless your hand is like kings or queens,
Right.
Everything is right. Everything's
You know what they say, 100% of the time, or not 100%, 10% of the time it works every time, or something like that. Whatever the odds are that you need.
That's not the problem. Richard's like, yeah, dude, I've seen this happen all the time. That's not the problem. I hope you're watching.
Pocket 10s here for Fins. Early position opens to 55.
Oh,
Fold.
Introduce her to everybody.
Three folds.
And Bedrock finds ace queen again, out of position again. He's going to call, and Tisch Money, defending his big blind with ace jack, is going to be in rough shape against these two hands.
Slick Rick shows about it nowhere. Like, yeah, he's in charge of the rest.
What happened? Did Slick Rick come this month?
Even though it's not pretty, it's still a favorable flop for the 10s.
I know.
going to see an over a good chunk of the time when you raise with this hand, but king high board's usually pretty great for the pre-flop raiser, so a standard bet will be in order. And Fins doesn't do small C bets.
No, consistently large sizings, no matter what.
I've seen him play a couple of times now, and those larger sizings really help out with clearing out your opponent's ranges on the flop. Obviously, you can keep it small if you want to keep their range wide, but I think Fins really gets down to business quite quickly when he plays these spots. I think that's a nice adjustment that he makes in these games.
You're too busy trying to figure out how to dust it off to me and play hijack. Both the things you achieve.
Yeah.
Oh.
On the last hand of the day.
He was like, I was like, well, what's your name? I'll write it down. I'm like, it's not a big deal, but like, you can't play again if you like don't bet. Like meet somebody up here and sell someone tomorrow, something like that. I was like, well, none of us are gonna do that. So.
Right now.
Misfire.
Why are you doing it this game? Yeah, why are
Action folding around to Jonathan here. King 10 of hearts for him. Opens to 30.
No.
What's that?
And Outlaw finds a small pair in the big blind. He will defend with sevens.
I mean, I don't have money on my bank account too.
It was bad there for a little while.
Pretty good flop for the sevens. A gut shot and only one overcard. Outlaw also has that 7 of diamonds, which is pretty key. It goes check, check, and the 6 comes off, makes the straight right away.
Nice favorable flop for Outlaw, but pretty easy when you just get there on the turn. No decision for the young gun here. Quick fold and a quick knit button completed for Outlaw.
Just straight. You've been playing too much PLO, not the nuts. That seems like a thing PLO people say.
Johnny won.
As it should be.
Justice.
Two red queens for Ty. Under the gun +1. Goes with a pretty large opening size, 50 bucks. And now Collin has the sevens in the big blind. He's going to call.
Easy to play the knit game when you've already lost your knit button.
Yeah, it's like play normally.
Well, it's not always coming sevens on this flop, but it is a pretty good flop for them all the same. 4-4 deuce with 2 clubs.
And definitely can appeal at least here. May even go with a check raise out of the big blind.
Fair enough to make the call here, though. Check raising out of the big blind. Even though you do theoretically have more 4s than your opponent at this point in the hand, it's maybe not worth check raising here on the flop. Really only going to be getting called by stronger overpairs or strong ace highs and getting Ty's bluffs to fold.
$160, $630.
Big barrel here from Ty, and for Collin, the unfortunate thing about this hand is that almost no river cards are going to change anything, at least in his mind, unless it's an ace or a king, really. Got a great hand to call down and bluff catch with. Ty very much capable of firing away with just 2 overcards, but the ace of diamonds is just an unfortunate river for Collin, in the way that even if Ty was bluffing, he likely now has a better hand, so if Ty does continue to fire the 3rd barrel for thin value, don't think he's going to get it out of the 7s this time. And Ty could also choose to just check back with his showdown value that he's got here.
Yeah, neither player really in love with this ace. But Ty will continue to fire. 325.
Yeah, Ty going razor thin here, but he's got his customer. Love seeing bets like this. Nice bet from Ty and a good pot dragged down. 625 added to the pockets. You can tell these players have a bunch of experience with each other because you might really not want to continue firing a third barrel with queens there. In lots of live games, you're just not going to get called by worse hands most of the time. But Ty, recognizing maybe his customer would be more sticky than average in this situation, so does fire for that thin value and does get it.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Very well played. And Ty coming with the $20 straddle as well.
It's revenge.
Thank you.
Nine folds. Rate 60 from 1. 2 4.
Early open from Noah. 60 bucks. Under the gun plus 1.
3 calls. 4.
Bedrock makes the call.
6 calls. 7 calls.
Multiple callers. 4 players going to the flop here, waiting for the graphics to catch up.
5 are 1, 3, 6, 7, 8. Got him?
All wheel cards on the rainbow flop here. And actually 5 players involved in this hand.
8 checks. 1 check.
Noah, the original opener, will not c-bet on this multi-way flop, but when it checks all the way over to Bedrock, he will, in position, make a bet of $225. About 300 in the pot.
Fun little guessing game here to maybe see what we think people might have. Super low board though, so I think Bedrock just going to notch this one.
Well, he actually did flop the wheel.
Oh, wow.
Called in position with ace tray suited.
Smashing the flop.
I wish I had this one.
Oh, it's gonna be Evan. Wow. 9, 1, and 2 fold. And Evan was folding away, so he's pulling it out. Oh, it's a good reason. 30 from 3, 4, 5, and 6 fold. 7 fold. 8 call.
Bedrock getting involved again here, this time raising it up with Jack-8 suited. Ty will defend the big blind with 3-5.
And that's the exact type of hand that you would just not think twice about, throw away if you don't have a straddle in play, or a big blind ante rather. Really same effect, but does go check check though. Even though Bedrock has nothing, he can certainly represent having something strong on this board, but he does not choose to do so. He just checks back. 7-4 gets there.
As always. And now Ty's going to lead out here, obviously bluffing with the 5 high. It's going to be really tough for Bedrock to call here with Jack only, but as I say that...
He does.
Look at that.
I mean, I guess as far as hero calls go, it's the second best high card.
Yeah, nice call there from Bedrock.
Max value. Max value.
He's heating up.
2 in a row for Bedrock.
right there.
Richard, if you call him like that, you might be here all night.
Lock the doors. Lock the doors.
Unfinished business? Just felt right.
Gut instinct is right.
Last time that happened on a stream, it was a huge deal about it. Thought she was cheating.
Y'all saw me put my phone away.
Yeah, Pat is back down.
One folds, two
I don't have those boobs that big either.
It was for slightly more.
before.
It's a little bit more, yeah. That pot was bigger than Caleb's tournament score.
Everybody with trash this hand. Collin's going to raise with his trash. Queen tray of hearts in position. Makes it 35, and now the good cards show up in the small blind. Ace Queen. Tie will raise to 150.
4-bet incoming.
Yeah, no wonder nobody had anything anywhere else.
It's all right here between these two.
Three. Good.
Collin wisely getting out of the way here. 330 is the 4-bet size.
Could be a rare 5-bet jam for value here with Ace-Queen offsuit. Given the super loose configuration we've got here, this is blind versus blind action essentially.
Folds 330.
Tie going to proceed with caution and just call.
7-4 gets there. Ace Queen still in the lead, but out of position and facing the 4-better.
Yeah.
Tie will check.
Nobody's going to like this flop for sure, obviously, just because of their holdings, but in Jonathan's mind, Ty can have plenty of pocket pairs that he's 3-betting Collin with that smash this board. Of course, it's a 4-bet pot, so you do feel inclined to at least bet a little bit, but definitely one of those weird spots to play post-flop, especially given the stack size now. Essentially going to be an all-in situation on the turn if Ty makes the call. If Jonathan wants to continue barreling, of course, which I do not suspect he will, given the board texture. But it is just going to work. Wow. Gutsy from the kid is going to take it down.
Very well played, and he will be safe now. Down to 3 players left in the Nick game. Noah, Tisch Money, and Collin with buttons. And this is where the Nick game starts to really get interesting when you get down to 3 or 2 players left. Really incentivize players to make some extra moves here if you still have a button.
Yeah, and keep an eye on Noah this hand. He is going to be in that big blind ante, so as long as there's no crazy action ahead of him pre-flop, he's probably going to be getting the right price to call in most situations because of the extra 10 he's got invested into the pot.
Ace-10 off for Tisch Money in early position. Decent hand to open with. He's going to go with 60. And Outlaw right behind him has him notched.
Well, this is unfortunately not the regular action that Noah would have been looking for. Definitely not now.
Yeah, I don't think Ty's going to let go of this Ace-King very easily after losing that last hand and shown that he was winning with Ace-Queen, especially having the button. Going large with the 4-bet. 530.
What? You got $250,000 behind.
Wins 265 without a flop.
Come on, Outlaw. Come on.
had 5 high like 3 years ago. Made the same move.
If Caleb had Jack high, he would have continued. All right.
I like that better in my hand.
Yeah.
I don't like this time.
Good, you have a hand. Done, right? Yeah. Yeah. It's my favorite.
Collin opening this one. Ace wheel offsuit. He does have one of those knit buttons. Quick 3-bet from Finn's here with King Queen of Diamonds. Makes it 80 to go. I find Finn's play very interesting. Pre-flop, his raises, his 3-bets are typically relatively small, and then his C-bets are always large.
Well, you know what that means. Large C-bet incoming. I'm going to call it 140 inbound.
Favorite position is the button.
And a great flop to do it on.
Here. Under the gun +1, that's like fucking the pretzel or something.
You're not an eye contact guy, huh?
Close. 150.
pretty much on the nose there, I would have to say.
Too awkward.
Easy when you flop top pair, of course, but I think that would have happened on most flops anyways.
I believe you are correct.
Yeah, big aggressive sizings from Finn definitely gets the job done. Makes some of those spots post-flop a little bit less complex when you can narrow down your opponent's ranges faster.
You're denying his wedding gift?
Ben's getting a little love in the chat as well. Welcome to Smoothie Boy.
No, probably not. You worn sunglasses a few times.
I got them.
It just gets bright. That's all. I do think the hat's better though.
Yeah.
The angle of the light.
4 folds, 5 folds, 6 raise 30, 7 folds.
Tisch Money will not make a move with his ace wheel under the gun, but Collin will raise again. He's got Queen 9 of hearts. Makes it 30. And Noah, the third player with a knit button, pocket 5s on the button, will make the call, and heads up, we're going to go to this flop.
Oh, sorry. I'm in the bad seat.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Far seat for sure.
Ace 10-10 with 2 spades. Collin misses, but he will c-bet 45. Good board for him to represent having, being an early open. Oh, he almost forgets to show his cards.
Very close to disaster.
Table's got a different balance from the old table.
That's good. You have to recalibrate your chip throws.
So y'all heads up?
Of course.
Over the championship.
Of course. Who else do you think it would be?
Tisch Money, famously a heads-up Nick game specialist. If you have to bet who's going to be left when it's heads up, I would put my money on Tisch Money a lot of the time.
And you know what? He's done quite well for himself in these heads-up Nick game spots.
For sure.
Five and 6 fold, 7 fold, 8 fold, 9 fold, 1 raise 30.
Noah's got 2 cards that are suited, so worthwhile to make the raise. And Tisch has 2 cards with the same suit, but better.
Uh-oh.
Good luck all in.
If it comes clubs, we're going to see some action here. HV in between, though, with 3-4, playing a little defense.
4 and 9 fold.
Noah getting the dream flop, however, flopping a jack. Great news for him for the Nick game.
And it checks around. Now he's going to try to get some value. Delayed C bet of $30, very small in the multi-way pot.
And Tisch knows that if he folds, he's just automatically giving up the Nick game. Thinking about if it's worth to pay the extra 30 now to maybe bluff the river, bluff now. Bluff now is the chosen option. But Noah, well aware of these Nick game dynamics, should be calling every time with this hand, essentially.
I love this sizing from Tisch because I think he knows that Noah doesn't really play the nit game for pride. He's not going to pay an $220 to not lose 200.
Mm-hmm.
So, seeing that he called there, Tisch Money knows he's behind now.
Yeah, Tisch with removal to Queen 10 at this point, maybe the only relevant factor his hand has left. And there it is.
Wow.
Big blast if we're going to get this hand to fold. But as sick as it is, I think Noah kind of has to call here, which definitely sucks because you're losing to better jacks, losing to a deuce, which is the hand Tisch Money is most representing on this turn. This is not a jam for thin value. And it's a spot that does inherently look very bluffy because of the dynamics of these two being heads up in the Nick game. So really, any jack is as good as any other, and Noah does find the call. Nice call here from him.
Tisch Money not very pleased, throws his cards away, and Noah, the receiving end of a double up here, and Tisch Money will have to pay the splash pot on top of it, adding insult to injury. We'll take a look at the numbers now. After that pot there, Noah is up 1277, just behind Ty, who's on top of the leaderboard, up 2327. Tisch now down over 2,000 after that one. Collin down the most, though, 2743, but we're only 45 minutes into this stream. It's going to be about 5 hours today. Plenty of time for these numbers to change. If you like what you're seeing, be sure to give us a like and a subscribe and hit that notification bell so you'll be notified when we put out great poker content here on Champions Poker Live.
Not yet.
So splash pot incoming. I think they said it was 200 bucks.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I see the 200 going into the middle here along with the ante. $20 straddle from Collin.
Yeah, like.
And these splash pots are also very interesting. With that dead money in the middle, you'll see a lot more limping pre-flop with marginal hands. And then when you do see an open, a lot of times it's going to be a lot bigger than a normal 3x, 4x open.
I wonder if Tisch is just going to not add on and just try and get it all in this hand pretty much regardless. If he peels any high Broadway combo of any sort, he probably is having a decent spot to get it all in, especially from the small blind.
Yeah, not a bad strategy on the splash pot. Get to see all 5 cards that way.
Extra short stack compared to the game, of course.
8 calls. 9 calls. 1 pull.
Really teed up perfectly here for Tisch Money if he gets anything.
And with all these middle cards that we've been seeing, not a bad chance that he will have a decent hand. He does have the best of it right now with ace high. But it limps all the way around, and Collin will be the one jamming king queen.
You see that fold?
And this is also a perfect scenario for Tisch Money because we know Collin can find this raise with just about anything. If it folds around to Tisch, he's likely going to call with his ace high and be in decent shape.
Well, now Tisch, graphics say he has 1,200 in front of him, which might be a little bit too much to call even with ace deuce. Yeah, it makes sense that he's folding.
Yeah, the graphics are showing that 200 that's in the middle also, so he probably had about 1,000 in his stack. But still, you know, $1,000 is $1,000.
And I think that's a fair time to pull the trigger. Really, Tisch's problem is that even if Collin can be doing it super wide, he could be doing it with wide hands like ace 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, etc. So just dominated too often to make the call with that hand.
Yeah, and even pocket sixes has you smashed if you've got ace deuce.
Yeah, maybe you can toy with the thought if you have ace deuce suited and are, you know, just wanting to gamble, but Tisch is not here to gamble. He's here to win, I think. So
225.
Good time to let it go.
Nip button's coming back out, and Tisch Money did add on after that hand.
Like 20.
Who's gonna go heads up with Tisch this round?
Noah again.
I think that's probably good money. I wouldn't take him on that bet.
8 folds.
Just trying to
Get
do
lucky,
something.
I might get distracted. Sometimes he sneaks in there every once in a while.
Just trying to do something
9
fun and
goes
cool,
50,
guys. Didn't work
1
out.
fold, 2
Hate to see it.
fold,
What are you gonna do? Showdown queen on?
raise 50,
We'd respect you less if that was it. You know?
3 and 4 fold, 5 call,
The graphics aren't showing it here, but Finn straddled for 20 here. Action folded all the way around. Oh, my mistake. It was opened by Jonathan.
5
Outlaw calls from the small blind and Finn's from the straddle.
bet 50 for 9,
Jonathan c-betting for 50 here and gets the best hand to fold. Finn's now with the best of it. King high. And he's going to come with the check raise.
Don't think that's a correct raise sizing. Fairly certain he did not check raise to 750.
Yeah, it's 350. That's a typo.
Yeah. That would be one heck of a check raise, though, if it went 750 here. But, you know.
Yeah.
No messing around from Mr. Finns. Says, give me my pot. He did have the best hand, to be fair, but...
Once Outlaw folds.
Of course.
live 20,
Jonathan noting that for later, though.
Check raise 7x.
Yeah.
I'm not really a super fan of any sporting teams, but it must be nice to have your entire wardrobe match. Finn's always dressed to the nines, but always different. Must have a large collection of those jerseys and hats and glasses.
Of course.
I love it. The deuces for Tisch money, and the cutoff folds to him. He's going to raise it up to 100. $20 straddle is on. And Outlaw coming with the 3-bet. 7-6 of clubs on the button.
Are you nervous for your running HV?
Gets it to fold back around to Tisch, who will defend. Heads up we go.
Lot going on.
Yeah.
Not often that you're a coin flip when you have 7 high, but this one is.
But 7 high doing very well against his opponent's opening range, in that he will usually not connect in the same way as his opponent.
And this should be a good board for Outlaw to continue on.
Pretty much perfect, given the situation.
You know, like everybody can go up there and say, like, I do, but then, like, you really mean it.
Well, you do, though.
And it's going to work out wonderfully for him.
Good.
Tisch money cannot continue with those deuces.
Pretty hard to justify calling with 4th pair on that board.
That's one thing I've heard. I mean,
Taking a look at the VPIPs, a very active table. Almost everybody above 30% here. And Ty at 45%. No surprise there. He likes to get in the mix. He is also on top of this board. 2285 in the green. Noah and Finn's both up over 1,000. Bedrock and HV also in the green. Everyone else in the red. Collin and Tisch money both down over 2K. Looking to win their initial buy-ins back.
He's waiting on Saturday. He here like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Do not think about poker that day.
And I think he had a game on Friday too. So I don't even know.
Last day.
I don't even know.
1 fold. Do you accept her to 30 raise from C2?
King Trace suited. Early position raise from HV.
She's right, by the way.
And Outlaw
When they do the vows,
with a real hand this time. Ace Queen. He's going to 3-bet to 110.
I knew what I was talking about.
it's all her.
And a quick 4-bet from Collin on the button. King Jack suited, 275.
That would make one of the best wedding clips.
You would definitely make poker.
Folds back around to Outlaw.
Make the Instagram, that's for sure.
But I call it better not fold.
Sure is.
He'll make the call. We'll go heads up to the flop here. Outlaw with the best of it, but out of position. And Collin hitting this flop with top pair takes the lead. Outlaw does have 2 overs though, and a gut shot to Broadway.
Of course, Collin with the backdoor straight draws, backdoor flush draw as well. King on the turn would be mighty unfortunate for Collin.
C-bet of 175 is called. Now close to 1,000 in the middle. Both these players with just over 3K in their stack. Very close. Stack sizing. Check now. Oh. And a bink for Outlaw. Takes the lead here with top.
5 checks, 6 checks. Queen to the ace.
Winner for me was a little bit dirty.
I was trying to. I heard winner, but I said winner first. That let him show. I don't know much on very often. Keep off.
One fold, 2 folds. Three raise 30.
Pocket sixes for Bedrock. Early position. He raises to 30. Quickly folds to fins on the button with Queen Jack. Likely to 3-bet in this spot.
Raise 80.
And he does come with an $80 size.
8 folds.
Bottom runs out 4-liner broad.
9 folds.
There were like 4 ways on that. Like
Folds back around to Bedrock, and he will call.
Fold 80.
Anyway, turn gets potted. River, or if I pot. Like I lead pot. And it goes like full, and this guy like, summons up his courage and calls.
Board paired up. King 4. That's a good flop for Bedrock with the sixes.
Make it Broadway on 1.
Unfortunately for him, fins will connect on the turn after the check.
There's like chop, but he doesn't.
And now fins going for some value. That's 100.
Every series they have a different one.
I was just like so angry, and I was like, Jesus fucking Christ.
I mean,
How do I get
it
called?
is easy, but it's still pretty fancy.
Bet and take it. Finn's already safe in the Nick game. Won't have to show that one.
I'll tell you what the biggest needle in the world is HV's like, I don't even need this hand. I'm still, Noah's still gonna lose the Nick game.
1, 2, and 3 fold, 4 fold.
We can try to food around, but
5 raise 30. 6 fold. 7 fold.
Opening this one. Middle position. Ace 8. Makes it 30 to go. Getting multiple callers. 4 players going to the flop. The Ace 8 is the best hand right now.
A lot of more speculative holdings here. Ace 8 still looking good at this point, but we do have a straight draw gutter ball available for tie.
Fins with the weaker ace will bet it here when check 2. Outlaw opting not to c-bet this flop. Fins goes for a size of 75. Tie will call with the gutter on the button.
2 clubs on board here as well. Might make it more likely that Outlaw is going to make the call. Even multi-way, top pair usually good. Not in love with his kicker, I'm sure, but
7-4 gets there. Tie now turning a pair. And Fins and Tie now have the same gut shot.
yeah.
That turn actually gives each of those players a double gutter. 6 will make them a straight or a deuce.
425. 7.
Fins continuing to fire. 2 1/4 is the number.
Probably hard for Outlaw to perceive this as a bluff necessarily. Fins clearly having at least some kind of showdown value if he's going to double barrel into 2 players. Hands like straight draws and flush draws may choose to just take their equity on this turn. Tie looking to get creative here is going to make this call, and that's going to force Outlaw's hand out of the way, unsurprisingly. Fins with a pretty huge lead going into this river.
And I wouldn't be surprised if Tie blasts if a club comes off.
Unfortunately for Tie, does fully brick out here, but this might be one of the spots where he can apply a lot of pressure, especially when checked 2 on this river. Fins not a fan of getting this much action on all streets. But Tie does choose to just take his showdown value, but it is no good.
And that works out nicely for Fins. Keeping his foot on the gas, got the better hand to fold, and he picks up the entire pot.
are you sponsored by the Happy Lemon? What is it then?
JT.
It's got a
3
lemon
and
on
4
it.
fold. 5 fold.
Peach.
7 fold.
I've heard bad things about Happy Lemon.
Action folding around to the cutoff. Tie choosing to open to 40 here and steal the button with 5 tray.
By that I mean
Trying to end this, get rid of his nit button
You do one with
and playing that position. HV defending though. 8 deuce in the big blind will be the better hand.
Not often you get to say that. Best hand gets better, I suppose.
Yeah, but Tie has the best flush draw with that 5.
Better board for Tie, that's for sure. HV also going to be aware that he has the deuce of clubs in his hand, so is probably a fair call at this point.
Oh, 2 pairs now for HV.
Great turn for him. Definitely knows what his kicker is. Ty does have a perfect board to double barrel on, even if he isn't necessarily representing a flush. Plenty of combos of aces and kings, as in ace and king X, that would continue on this board.
10 seconds to take it back.
And now a gut shot to the wheel as well. So if he does get called, he may make a hand.
Plenty of outs in the deck for Ty. Any club, any 4 will do it for him.
Yeah. Oh,
And he gets there. 10 of clubs on the river.
the yellow one's the joking one. Ooh, just kidding. It's like the red and yellow one.
Will he go for value with his 5-high flush? I mean, obviously it would be a bluff, but he may get value out of HV's deuce of clubs.
That would be funny. Master of thin value, but he's reaching for a lot of chips, so I don't think he's intending for this to look like thin value. Overbets the pot, actually, makes it 550 with the best hand, mind you, with just the 5 of clubs.
Which may entice HV to bluff catch with his little flush.
Yeah, because it looks like Ty is firing a bluff at it with his overbet size here. Nick game included as well. HV going to be disgusted if he gets shown the 5 of clubs.
Like, if you think about it,
Maybe doom zoom incoming.
Yeah. That's a lot easier.
Yeah. Just having a chance is pretty
He's
sick.
getting stacked, but Claudius, as he calls, look the wrong flush draw. He called and the other guy showed it aces and we're like, do you have out? Yeah, I was like, all right.
It's on.
Yeah. We're all rooting for you.
Got to give him credit for thinking about it, but he gets out of the way, and he's going to see that he made a good laydown as Ty shows to get rid of his knit button.
If you saw Jonathan's face there, that was quite funny. A bit of a confused look, seeing that hand turned over.
Jonathan, a relative newcomer to this group. I was not surprised at all that he raised with 5-3.
Come on, Jonathan, get with the times.
2 of clubs.
Oh yeah, they 2 of clubs.
8 new offsuits.
Because they were doing like massive.
How do you get there like that?
They have to get with it.
So
That's a bad thing.
I took off work and stayed there.
Yeah.
Wow.
So much money. I remember because they were when they closed, they had a bunch of like swap ones too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember reading about that.
And then whatever the promotional money they did give away, they gave out on the last night. I don't remember how much it was.
4 folds, 5 folds, 6 folds.
When you flop the flush, right?
Yeah. He flopped the flush with 5-3 off, and then
7 raise 40,
6
8
flush.
fold, 9 fold,
Only one of
1
them counted.
fold,
Value bluff on the river.
2 fold 40.
That's what they like.
Fins opening this one with Jack-8 suited. Gets calls from both the small blind and big blind.
Side clubs to fold, and then sometimes get 2 pair to call.
He's never folded this.
Gappers all around.
That was value.
2 checks.
Bedrock flopping the best here.
3 bets.
Hits his 9 on a queen-queen 9 board. Leads out for 50 bucks and gets called by Fins. Gut shot and backdoor clubs for Fins. And there's a club.
Jack 10 versus 8 versus King.
Oh,
I've
yeah,
seen
yeah.
that guy before in my life.
You never played with Peter? Wow.
Oh, really? It was Peter?
Yeah, it was Peter.
Oh.
Allergy's getting the best of me again. I don't think another club would be particularly pleasant here, though, for Bedrock. It does have the best hand right now.
All nice and good, and then...
I actually thought he might have had the 9-7 suited, but just the 9 of clubs. But the club draw does complete here for Fins.
Wow.
And another over here, too.
Everyone else can fold.
Very well disguised hand for Fins. He can't be super happy.
mean, you have king.
But this is what he was looking for when he made those calls.
But I wouldn't also be extremely concerned either.
Barely.
I wouldn't love it, but I think it's fine to raise for some value here, really targeting a queen or a king. Looks like he is counting out a raise.
525.
And just over a min click, but Bedrock is not going to pay the price.
I gotta say, Finns has really got some game. I like that raise sizing. He doesn't go small, or he doesn't go large, rather, with the raise. Is targeting hands that are potentially getting a great price to call, like just a king or a queen.
Or not.
I feel like he would have gotten that value if Bedrock happened to have a queen or king of some sort in his hand. So
Strong. That one was strong.
nice sizing choices most of the time from him.
Did you make a short about it?
Yeah, this was off stream. Not even for the glory. Just for fun.
It's right.
Just for fun.
Just because we were gambling.
Yeah.
Had a lot of action that day.
Yeah, that was a pretty crazy game.
I was gonna give it back. We were flipping anyways. So,
Yep.
this is a big pop, but it's what it is.
I'll do 20 blind. Shit.
You'll do 20 live?
Left 20. Wrong side. 6 raise 50.
Put it out.
7 fold.
Is that allowed?
8 fold. 9 and 1 fold.
Collin with aces. Outlaw was away from the table and put a live 20 on it, so he would be able to play this hand. Probably not going to defend with 6 deuce, but Bedrock got in there with Jack 10 in the small blind.
First time we've seen the sunshine on the lovely Rockets here.
Key part.
Wow, look at that. Flops the joint and flops aces pretty much dead. Really hard to do that in this game. Incredible stuff.
And just check calls.
Dream scenario here, especially if you're calling with Jack 10 offsuit.
Action killing turn card though.
Yeah, a little annoying if you're holding the Jack 10. Really would have liked to see a different turn card, but
175.
can't really complain.
Collin sizing up a little bit, but keeping it relatively small. 175. Backdoor spades get there.
So fucked.
Bedrock with the check mark. And it just goes check, check.
Bedrock was in danger of going the forbidden runner straight on the board that you already flopped, and that would have been a disaster for him.
From you.
Sure. Is that enough? Har 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 har.
Thank you.
Still quite a few players left in the Nick game. Looks like we've got 5. Don't think graphics have missed anybody so far.
7 fold.
Well, that is correct. $20 straddle is on. And Ty raising it up with a little pair.
2 raise 150.
It might not be 7s and 4s together, but there are multiple 7s and 4s in this pot right now.
That's right. HV getting creative, raising with the 9-7 suited, and we're going to have a Ty HV rematch.
It'd be fun to see a flop where 7-4 gets there.
Indeed.
That's sadly not one of them.
No, not this time, but 7-9 with a little connection here. Got shot for HV with backdoor clubs. Very wet board here, though.
Yeah, gutter to the junk end of the straight, unfortunately. 6-card straight's not worth anything in Hold'em, or most variants of poker. C-bet and take it, though, from HV.
Best hand, right?
Close enough to the best hand.
I might or might not have a ball in my hand.
Good flop for that hand.
Like 20.
I can say that I do not have a draw.
We know.
Partying?
No, I wasn't partying.
8 and 9 fold.
Maybe spend a bit.
160.
Did they know you there?
Full raise 180.
Noah opening this one, ace 10, and another 3-bet from HV. This time he's got a real hand, ace queen. Goes to 180. Collin putting on the squeeze from the big blind with ace 9 suited.
450 from Tom.
Goes to 450.
Did he have fun?
Get rid of the ace 10.
Going for that big squeeze out of position
Can I get a Coke?
might be a similar story where he put on the 4-bet and gets called by the ace queen off out of position to him, or in position to him rather.
With the, I'm sorry? Just fountain's fine. Hey, can they put the dressing on the side? Thank you.
HV does make the call. Almost 1,000 in the pot, and HV the effective stack at about 1,900.
Unlike last time, Collin is not able to connect with a pair on the flop. HV also with the ever important ace of hearts in his hand.
606.
C-bet from Collin here, 600.
HV's problem is that he's just not deep enough to play this hand in the way that he would maybe really want to. Only has removal to the ace-high flush draw. If he calls here, stack size is going to be way below 1, and there's no way he can call on a non-heart turn.
Is there a world where you just jam here?
Sometimes. HV taking inventory now, trying to figure out that exact problem for himself.
It was fun watching that final table. The quad fives and
Would be jamming with the best hand.
stand to lay down with Jack 4 suited.
That was the day before, yeah.
That was a good hand.
And that was part of the problem with just calling pre-flop, is the post-flop stack size is going to be weird, especially if Collin decides to size up like he is now.
Collin.
There it is.
Players falling. 2.
And now Collin has to let this go, even though he's got the backdoor club draw. There just aren't very many bluffs in that all-in, right?
Not a lot, no. Yeah, that's a fun one. I think it was made much more interesting by the odd SPR, and I think that's what led HV to make the jam.
For my 6.
Can I just get yellow? I'll play 3K more.
3K behind for 6.
Sounds like Collin adding on another 3,000. Stacks are going to be getting a little deeper. To make the play change slightly as the night progresses.
One more time.
Don't worry, I'll flop the nuts and let you get there.
Please do.
Please. Favorable turn.
If you're in Houston, just got an overlay alert on our nightly tournament.
Against the
PKO bounty tournament tonight with 5K guarantee is currently at over $1,000 overlay. Come on down to Champions.
Well,
Yep, I'll be seeing you guys later. Gotta hop out of the booth. I have somewhere to be. That's right. Need some revenge after that tournament series that I just played. Lovely work, by the way, from the Poker Go team coming down here and helping sponsor this lovely series we had.
Yeah, great success
I'll let you get off cheap.
and a lot of fun.
I personally didn't profit from the success and the fun, but that's okay.
A lot of the money did stay local, though.
It did.
Top
yeah.
3 players, Houston guys, in the main event. That was pretty fun.
Exactly. So there is still hope for us yet, Houstonians.
Tisch money with the raise and take it. King Jack off suit, good enough to get rid of his knit button, so he won't be heads up this time around. 3 players left: Noah, Collin, and Jonathan.
Can we just start throwing some punches?
And Collin really not interested in staying short stacked for the Nick game. Wants to cover pretty much the entire table if he has the chance to.
I'll take the Astros.
Yeah, Collin definitely would not be my pick to be heads up in the Nick game ever.
No.
Likes to stay pretty active, likes to make moves and put pressure on players.
In case you don't know that.
I'll try.
Double me one more time.
It's all even to do.
All right, I'll take the Brewers in 9 runs.
You got it, you know.
HV will be the one opening this one. Ace 10 off suit makes it $30. And Collin is on the button, and he's got jacks.
175.
Outlaw limping with 6s right before him, and Collin makes it 175.
Good fold.
But Collin's got a real hand this time.
Okay.
No shit.
Just change it. 2 folds.
Yeah, this is a good call. Whatever this is, this gotta be a good call.
Gets it heads up with a hand that he is definitely crushing.
Safe to say he's still crushing on this flop. Outlaw drawing to one of only a few 6s left in the deck.
That fold.
5 checks.
Check from Outlaw. Small bet incoming from Collin, and call coming from Outlaw most of the time.
I would think so. Relatively safe flop, and it goes check, check. But Collin is pretty sneaky with that. Sometimes he'll smash the flop and not c-bet.
Definitely no one's favorite river card here. Collin now losing to a 10, obviously was already way behind a 3. Is going to fire away for 700 here. Outlaw beating ace high, which is an important class of hand to think about.
Yeah, if you thought you were good on the turn, this river doesn't really change much for the 6s.
Mm-hmm. Makes it even less likely that his opponent is holding a 10 as well. Outlaw has to think that Collin would have continued betting with most card combos containing a 10 on the flop. So he actually has a pretty reasonable bluff catcher here. Might look strange, but I think it's a pretty fair call in this situation. Could choose to just let it go and give Collin the pot. He is not incentivized to fight for this pot as hard with the Nick game, but I think he is going to transfer funds Collin's way. It almost looked like he was counting out the call there.
You are correct. Put that stack of 7 right in the middle, and Collin getting safe and collecting a nice little pot there. 2,200 going his way, and now it is heads up between Jonathan and Noah in this knit game. They will be out of position as we go to our first dealer change of the night. We'll remind everybody we got the Summer Poker Open coming up. We just ended one big event. We got another one coming up in August. Mark those dates on your calendar, the 13th to the 25th. More details will be coming soon, but we know we'll have a $1 million guaranteed main event, and I'm sure we're going to have some hotel specials as well. You can check our website at championsclubtexas.com.
Sure, I
More
would.
details on rumors.
Take a gander.
Giovanna going out. And we've got Eben coming in. Two of the best dealers here at Champions. We're lucky to have some of the best in the world right here in Houston, Texas, working for us at Champions. And you can come experience that. 6440 West Sam Houston Parkway South in Houston, Texas. Very easy to become a member of the club here and get right into the action. Just need a valid ID.
Of course.
Got to be 18, and that's about it.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know, but just 18 years old is the threshold for this room. Do not have to be 21 years of age. 18 will be enough.
I think it was from down there.
Yeah, that was Otis.
So many bidders.
Looks like we may be coming with a double board yellow bomb pod here. I see a lot of quarters out on the table. If you're not familiar with that game, everybody gets 4 cards in their hand, and there will be 2 flops before there is any more betting. And then it's a split pot game. In PLO, you must play 2 cards out of your hand and 3 cards from each of the boards.
It turns out when
Could win the whole thing if you win on both boards, or you could chop it up if you win one and somebody else wins the other. Kind of a fun way to loosen up the table and get the action going. You'll see this a lot on the dealer changes in these Houston games, and I think you're seeing that all over the country now a lot more.
Yeah, I've heard rumors of rooms really all across the state. I think, if I'm not mistaken, there was rooms in Oregon that were recently implementing double board bomb pots, which is a unique thing for them. Historically, they just kind of stuck to the standard no bomb pot sort of rules. So even games in Vegas pulling out the double board bomb pots. Fun to see. Lots of pretty looking hands, all pretty high, so wonder what a low board texture would look like here. I kind of get it with 2 8s and a 4 on the bottom board.
So obviously, if you had 2 4s in your hand, that'd be pretty decent. Flopping a set on both boards, full house on one of them. Well, we see that's not the case. Bedrock did flop 8s full, though, on the one board. So he's going to be in good shape here. Bets 150. And Finn's making the call. He's got top 2 on the top board. And neither of these players has anything that's going to scoop. But because Bedrock's hand is so strong, he can put a lot of pressure, knowing he's got the relative nuts on that bottom board. And he's got first position, so if he pots it every time, it's going to put a lot of pressure on Finn's.
Yeah, really no new hands that Bedrock is losing to except for the turned ace-8. I think we are just going to see the pot-sized bet. I don't think Bedrock checked it. It was actually Finn's who bet.
Interesting. Well, Bedrock definitely not going anywhere.
We got a boat.
And it will be a chop. Kings and 7s, still good. On the top board, Bedrock with that full house will hold.
On that board for my scoop.
I'm down.
Good luck, Collin.
Thank you, Collin. Buy some time. 1,000 of time.
Yeah. I bought 300 in time on Monday.
They even let you take that off your stack?
Oh, I did.
You can only take like 100.
Still want to one.
Well, it was cash out of my pocket though.
No, but that would chip
that I bought. I covered, man. At no point did you cover me, alright?
HV with ace jack suited under the gun, open small to 50. There's a $20 straddle on, and Bedrock right behind him. 2 red queens will make it 150.
Oh, you're right.
Jonathan finds a pair in the big blind. He is heads up in the Nick game. He is going to try to outflop these guys. Makes the call. Noah gets out of the way, and now action back on HV.
Yeah, you really wouldn't see Jonathan cold calling many hands out of the big blind, except for hands like this, middling pocket pairs, especially heads up in the Nick game. Tough flop though. Very likely one of his 2 opponents has at least an ace, so not gonna get much more action out of Jonathan. Bedrock still willing to put more money into the pot. Noah, of course, a little sad, would have flopped top and bottom pair here.
C-bet of 175. HV did take the lead, and now he's making the call. Might be worried about a better ace behind him.
One bomb put away.
Check, check, and then the 6 comes on the river. Ouch.
Sick needle for both players. Noah and Jonathan definitely could have played a big one if circumstances were a little bit different.
A weird spot here for Bedrock now. He checked the turn, so HV's going to fire a lot of rivers no matter what. Have to hero call with the queens almost.
I'm assuming I'm going to.
We'll figure out how to get you in.
I'm assuming I still get invited.
I don't think nothing's gonna fit no invite.
His opponent did open under the gun +1, so very likely that there is an ace in that sort of range. Yeah, good fold from Bedrock.
Play the hero shoot. No.
Yeah, for compliment.
You wouldn't lie right before your wedding, maybe.
Yeah. Super fun.
I didn't even put that in my poker tracker.
Yeah. That one doesn't need to be talking about.
That one doesn't count.
No. Gonna beg for that one back afterwards. Come on, guys, you gotta take advantage of me.
Nick game continues. The 2 Nit players in the blinds. Outlaw opening this one with King Queen of Hearts.
Yeah.
In middle position, makes it 35 to go.
Good read.
And Jonathan will defend with 8-5 in the small blind, which forces Noah to make the call with just about anything. He's got 7-8. A good flop for the pre-flop raiser to continue with, but Outlaw goes ahead and checks it here. Noah connects to this 7. King Queen still in the lead. Checks around again.
Nice. At least you don't have to go anywhere. Did you want to or no? Houston, you want to?
Our family's good.
Yeah, that's nice.
Wait, so you weren't invited?
No, he invited. I had to just call it.
7.
Noah hoping the 7 is good just to get out of this Nick game, but not quite.
Well, I didn't have a date. Maybe you could. You want to?
Maybe for me, that's one of the most frustrating parts of the Nick game, I guess, is when you're heads up, feel obligated to call a bit more pre-flop, get involved in some pots, and just make a hand, but a slightly worse one than other players involved. Feels like you can bleed away money quickly. Kind of one of the reasons why it's so important to get rid of that button early. You can take it a bit easier, I guess, towards crunch time.
Depends on the location.
I guess that's the whole reason they invented the Nick game, though, is to get worse hands to get involved in those pots.
Yeah, drives more action, makes more pots more interesting.
I think I'm into like 5 wedding in them. It's the only place.
It's like right in front of TCH.
Yeah, right in front of TCH, he can just like go from
No.
we maybe still get a game outside.
Another pretty hand for Outlaw, downgraded to Queen 10 suited, but he will open.
Still plenty openable.
HP still can't play though.
Broadway cards all around. Finns and Ty both getting in there. Ooh, Jonathan was 7-4 on the button. Now's your chance.
He's thinking about it.
Yes. Yes.
He knows.
He can't afford not to drink.
Big 3-bet to 190 it looked like.
Right there for him to come right after.
You can bring your wife. I'll bring my girlfriend. They can hang out. It'll be fun.
Gonna get Outlaw out of the way. He was the initial opener. Something tells me Finns is gonna call with this King Jack.
And that should prompt Ty to fold if that's the case.
I'm liking Jonathan's chances with all those Broadway cards that are already accounted for.
Or getting married.
Me?
Yeah.
Ooh, I don't get it.
Finns does in fact make the call.
Question, or to actually go through the ceremony? Are y'all doing a full Vietnamese?
And surprised that Ty just called there. I would have thought he would fold or squeeze. If you think Jonathan's making a move there, maybe raise big and try to steal, but...
Well, somehow, some way, Jack still gets there, unfortunately, for our 7-4.
Yeah, 7-4 all red, and both of the other players have spades in their hand.
Really a nightmare for Jonathan, unfortunately. Neither of his opponents really going to be that interested in folding.
Right.
Definitely not Finn's, given his hand.
What is the price?
It's expensive to try to get that stuff all set up ahead of time.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Ty checking back. He does have a spade and a pair. Drawing pretty slim though against Finns.
And then in the morning you go to the tea party and it's a lot of fun. It's a lot, like, it's a lot of traditional stuff. I wish I can do it in Vietnam.
Makes the call.
But the alcohol in Vietnam is
Red
like
6.
they always
How about
I really want 7-4 to get there.
How about the ace of clubs instead for King Jack to still be in pretty crushing lead of this hand?
When I came back in February, right, we were drinking beer, right? But I cannot taste the beer. All I taste is water. Because the ice melts so fast.
All right, 7-4. Can we find the 2x pot overbet shove?
Yeah.
Short of that, I don't think anything's going to work. I'll be honest with you.
I think you're right.
Classic Google ads.
She watches those streams too, so she knows. She knows.
That's not going to work.
Well, he went pretty big. Looked like 7 or 8. Finns might be in call fold territory, rather. Call turn, maybe fold river. That would be excellent news for Jonathan. If Finns makes the call here, Ty's definitely going to be out of this hand. I can almost assure you. I'd be shocked to see Ty stick around as well. Hard to believe that both of these players are messing around at this point if Finns makes a call.
You don't have to have like whatever she wants. You can just like.
There it is. Finns stuffs it in Jonathan's face. Tough news for Jonathan. Is just going to have to let it go.
That's my guy.
Another nice pot going Finn's way. He's been playing very well.
I was
Fun to watch.
Yeah, bullying him around, unfortunately.
Flash.
Did not have that.
And I wouldn't be surprised if Jonathan keeps his stack small here for this heads-up knit game battle. He's on the button now. He's going to have position for only this one hand. And then Noah will be in position for the rest of the orbit. He's likely going to want to try to do something right now.
Got to respect the hustle, though. Firing the big bluff with 7-4. Just unfortunate to run into a good hand to shove with.
Yeah.
How is this game different from all other games?
Cooler people.
Oh, my mistake. Noah's on the button now.
Jonathan was on the button
Jonathan
last
was
hand,
the button
yeah.
last hand, yeah. Well, neither knit is going to get out of line here. Ty opened this one before it got to them. Ace Jack makes it 50 bucks. HV getting a little out of line, coming with the 3-bet with Ace 6 suited, but it's
just gonna fold, even in position. Interesting.
I guess. Like ace high.
Yeah, pretty surprised there.
Damn. Surprised you didn't snap.
No, I didn't want to.
That was respectful.
If you're calling with ace high on the river, I just not what I was trying to beat the goal. If you jam it, fucking hate myself.
I'd rather do that with these guys.
One good jack, one bad jack. It's gonna be pretty
Yeah, it's hands.
Yeah, but I don't have many better hands when I check.
A rare limp from Finn's. 9-7 suited. Ty will raise it with Ace 5, makes it 50 to go. And Noah looking down at Ace 5 suited in the cutoff. Comes with a really large 150. This is not that large considering the raise. But HV, Ace Jack on the button. Cold 4-bet to 375. Oh, look at this.
Got Ace King.
All aces accounted for now. What do you do with Ace King off in the small blind when it's already 4-bet to you?
Fold.
If you're Bedrock, you get out of the way.
Yeah. Big laydown there from Bedrock, but definitely easy to imagine that your hand is no good at that point. What are we thinking here? Noah stuffs it?
Well, I think that's probably why Bedrock got out of the way. He's with Noah 3-betting and HB 4-betting. He just thought, well, I'm going to have to play for my whole stack here.
Alright, Jonathan, here's how it works. We finished around 6. We finished around 6. Went home. Slept on 9. Was up until like 4, and then slept from like 4 to 8. 5. And I fell asleep till like midnight, and then woke up at normal time again.
900.
So like 4 hours.
Not stuffing it, but coming with a 5-bet to 900.
I like slept till 9. Was like really groggy, and then I slept 4 p.m. to 8 p.m.
I thought you meant like 4 p.m. to 8 a.m.
And then I looked. Oh no, that'd be a long slumber. And then I log on to the Champions stream and I see this motherfucker. He's like, I'm not
I
playing.
don't think HV's going to just call here. I mean, he definitely can. Don't get me wrong. But even just calling with Ace Jack offsuit on the button is a huge.
The daily one?
Yeah, the daily one.
Nice.
I guess how would I phrase this? It's kind of difficult to find good reason to play a hand like Ace Jack off, even in position in a 5-bet pot. Really, you're only crushed by his value and ahead of maybe 1 or 2 combos of bluffs. So, yeah. Even though it's not the right fold this time, it is the right fold in the long term. And I think it makes sense just to not get feisty. HV almost would have had to 6-bet jam for all of it right there, and that's a nightmare because you're never getting called by worse, right? So.
For sure.
Ace high, definitely good.
Especially when I'm drinking.
Oh, I thought I had the best.
No. But I came with about half of what I made the day before.
Yeah.
And I wasn't putting no more in.
You don't want to do cool. Especially if it's like gamble.
Yeah.
It's pretty gamble too. The one
It's a very tough spot.
It is.
It's a very awkward spot.
I knew going in, I was either leaving up 40 or
-7 or whatever.
Yeah. Stick it in or fold. You hear that, guys?
Well, after that wild move there by Noah, this is the splash pot. 250 in the middle, courtesy of Jonathan. It's like they're sizing it up.
Maybe for the same hand, so.
Sorry, 225 this time.
Maybe for the same hand.
Yeah, him, not me.
Couple of limpers, and HV now raising it up to 150. He's got the draggers late position.
If you got it.
Can't jam anymore?
Diamonds
You
were
got
up.
whatever?
He raised. If he flipped, I'd have
What is
to.
it? 150?
Plus, he puts it past the red line. That's the serious line. If you put it just like more close to yellow, probably. Can't be too careful. See, that was a serious.
Ty makes the call. Queen Jack suited for him.
Johnny's chips.
Be tough for Jonathan to call.
Yeah.
With 9-5 in between these two guys. Gets out of the way.
The only reason he tanked is because of the one chip past the serious.
And it's a fair fight.
I'm quarter of the way serious.
Yeah. I'm quarter committed.
Ace King high board. Ty with a gut shot. This is a good board for HV to continue on.
But an okay card for, or an okay board for Ty to call on with a gut shot to the nuts. Does have the ability to call. Would be much easier if he had backdoor spades, but
yeah, just missing that one spade out there.
Yeah, if this were Ace King 8 with one spade, it would be a very clear call. Still think it's fair to call here with a gutter to the nuts.
Might find yourself calling off the 6.
Nothing changes on the turn. Ty still with the same gut shot straight draw. HV, of course, with the nothing on this flop. 5th pair in a dream. Still somehow 5th pair. Impressive.
Really hard to make.
Let's see if Ty turns his hand into a bluff.
He knows he can't win with queen high, but can't bluff at it either.
Whoa. I snap everything down. That's not.
That's
HV taking down the splash pot with the draggers, dragging the pot.
Can I get some changeovers? About like blacks.
Blacks?
Yeah.
What about this?
Thank you.
Here you go. We're all just going to take from your stack. You're the bank now.
You have all the tiny chips.
Whoa. We don't.
I have one.
We don't discriminate today.
Hey, I mean, chips are chips, right?
Depends.
Caleb has a tournament stack over here.
I would rather take each stack than my stuff.
Yeah. No, you are. You are now. 2 cash is all it takes. 2 big cash is all you do.
Throwing back to back at Chuck Tone. There you go.
We're not on this hand.
Oh yeah, well, someone leaves.
Guess I'll just call. Try to play.
Ty opening this one with a little suited connector.
Against me. Yeah.
Getting calls from HV, Bedrock, and Tisch Money. Don't go anywhere. We just pressed the wrong button on the board, but we're right here. Oh, 3-4 flopping the low end of the straight here on this action flop. HV top pair open-ended.
I was going to say it's a good looking flop for HV, but Ty likes it more.
Checks around to HV in position. He bets a buck and a squirt. Now action folds back over to Ty, who does have the low end of the straight.
Not much, right?
Yeah.
1, 2.
I got second, 2100.
Oh, pretty good.
Yeah,
Nothing. I thought it would be smaller than that.
well, so they said it usually is. Like, I did it today. 600 for a full table.
Oh, really?
Until registration got full table.
Okay. How big was
Ty with a monster check raise. 600 is huge, but HV's got to like his hand. They're both sitting super deep as well. HV definitely in position to cooler Ty if he does happen to hit a 9, right? Definitely a lot to think about here. Also of note, HV covers Ty by quite a bit, so I wouldn't even be shocked to see a jam here from HV.
What is that one? 250 plus?
Looks like HV is just going to proceed with call. Could we see a spicy turn card?
We have to do that. Oh, it's gonna go long.
Yeah, I didn't do it.
I don't think I like Adam turn.
Nothing changes for Ty on the turn here. Ty with 2,400 back. What size do you go here?
Yeah, pretty awkward with the pot at 1,500. If you go with, say, a third pot bet here, you're going to have way more than a stack in the pot on the river.
Yeah.
And then if a scary card comes, you're stuck calling with the low end of the straight.
Exactly. But I think a jam here is basically the only size bet that HV can't continue on this turn. Ty makes his price affordable for HV. Ace of Spades might be a scary card for HV though.
Yeah, backdoor spades now possible, but also Ty could be betting this with Ace 8 or Ace 4 or something like that, where he's got a combo draw.
Mm-hmm. But the Ace of Spades isn't the most relevant card in the deck, I will say. Ty doesn't have necessarily that many combos of hands that contain an ace. I don't remember the pre-flop action exactly. I assume Ty opened an early position, or maybe limped. This is a splash pot, right?
This is not the
just
splash
a regular
pot.
Just a regular pot. All right. Yeah, weird one for HV then.
There's always a 7.
Wouldn't be surprised if he takes a really long time to think about his decision here. This is essentially an all-in or a fold.
Yeah, Ty definitely committing himself.
Really no point in just calling here on this turn. And it feels bad when you call on that flop just to fold here, but he does make the right choice.
Too many tournaments gets exhausted.
One tournament a week?
No, but like there's when I don't know.
Nip button's coming back out now.
Where are we going with this? Let's hear it.
I just don't play daily.
It's not a daily though. It's like a
It's a daily.
50K guarantee.
They have it. Or not. I guess not. It's a weekly. I guess. I only play series events.
Yeah.
I gotta build up that hand and
You're too busy. What's going on?
I'm too busy doing nothing.
Scary.
$20 straddle is on. First hand of the third knit game of the night.
We're told.
Multiple things got
And HV with another nice looking hand. The nicest looking hand, some might say. Pocket Rockets, and Tisch Money 3-betting him to 200 with Queen 10 suited in the cutoff.
Bad timing for Tisch. Knit game is back on.
Then I like leave. I just don't.
Yeah.
You run so good, break even.
HV not going to just be calling. Both players way too deep for that. 4-bet to 500, 550 incoming.
Yeah, if he goes too big, Tisch is probably going to just fold.
He'll just fold anyways.
Looks like he does, yeah.
Ran right into it there.
Doesn't matter.
They will not be good. They will be very bad.
At what time?
5 a.m.
It doesn't matter where the fake is?
Oh no. I was a little tilted. We played. I normally don't sit for that, but I was feeling it. He sat.
Was this yesterday? Or Monday?
I've been an ad on 500. I'm an ad on 500.
I wonder if you're tilt playing Monday morning.
I've been tilted since Monday. Did I play on Tuesday?
That's why you have to go play the weeklies. You gotta work on this tilt problem. Yeah.
Donk it all up there. Less expensive. The guy playing me was about to quit, and I was like, no, please, I'm so tilted, and he stayed. It was a good decision for him.
Were you telling the truth?
Yeah.
Nice looking hand for Noah here in early position. Ace Queen suited. He'll open to 30. Action folding all the way around to the big blind. Ty will defend. 6 deuce. and he will take the lead. Bottom pair for tie. Check, check, and he picks up a gut shot to go with it. He will now lead for 40 bucks.
Yeah, he doesn't tilt very much. Duke's is very
Quick call from Noah with the ace high. Does improve to 2 pair, does tie. Still a pretty wet, scary board for him though.
only one way to find out.
I think it might be though. I got him tilted one Monday where I 5-bet the king 10-0.
What did he fold?
A worse hand, they said. So.
It's a good
Might
one.
have told us about that.
Bet and take it on the river.
His tilt's like, you know, he might raise the ace 10 off under the gun.
You're my second reds.
What a maniac.
Yeah. He'll get unhinged.
Appreciate it.
No, he doesn't. I actually think he tilts a lot about the $100 side bet we do. I think that might be real.
Justified.
Yeah.
Why would he tilt about that?
Oh, he never wins.
Oh.
The $100 what?
We sweat every bomb pot, me and him.
Okay.
He's got to be down like $9,000 lifetime.
He tilts the net game as well. Tilt isn't the right word. He's just predisposed to being in.
Yeah.
You know.
I think he's become one with the Nick game nowadays.
One with the
The Thursday.
That's something I'm reaching for
Sometimes you
my
can
entire life.
Bedrock opens this one with Jack 9 suited. Makes it 40 to go. Ty and Jonathan will both call from the blinds.
Full circle, we're like
10-8 and Jack 7 respectively.
stop fighting for it. And people, I don't know.
If anybody connects with this board, everybody will, but it's a miss for all.
See, he's a fighter, right?
Matt will.
Now he's going down, he's don't care.
Bedrock will c-bet in position, makes it 60, and end it right there. He'll be safe now in the Nick game.
Not the heads up going with the 10-3 off, you know?
I can't believe Ethan gave him the speech before he got.
What happened with this hand?
This is one of
Did you just rip it free or something?
Yeah.
For heat. They were heads up, like Ethan 3-bet him. He just like jams it. Ethan's like, if you got it, you got it.
What did Ethan have?
He's jack off. It was for a lot though.
Standard.
I'm guessing 10-3 did not win.
They did not.
It was the worst hand. It's like 8-4 off.
That's a spot you're gonna want to run good in.
So far, haven't seen any super crazy pots so far tonight. No absurd ones, and maybe that could change now with Bedrock picking up the Rockets. Well,
Oh, no, Tisch
I'm
running
lifting my
into
hands
it
up.
again.
I'm lifting my hands up. I didn't mean it, I swear. I promise I had no foreknowledge of this hand. I was just hoping some action would happen soon. And
Yeah, Tisch Money is not going to get away from Ace-King suited like he did Queen-10 suited.
Bedrock just calling. Wow. Incredible call. I mean,
that's the trap.
He's going to just get the maximum from Ace-King if the board's favorable, but he doesn't. 7, 8, 10.
That's a pretty scary board.
Kind of trash board for Ace-King and aces, really. You don't want to see that if you're either player. I mean, what are you supposed to do now? That sucks. Any jack, any 6. Bet tiny with aces. Probably won't get called by Ace-King here. Wow. I will not lie. I think we should have seen more blood with that hand. Tisch is smiling.
Yeah, he's
probably
like,
sees how lucky he got.
Supposed to lose his whole stack there.
Gulping there. Bedrock's supposed to be the proud owner of a double up pre-flop.
Could not have missed that flop.
How do you check anything if it's multi-win?
Good work, Tisch.
Wild game.
I bet they both called, and I was like, seems like a good spot to try again on the turn.
I thought it was a great spot.
Didn't look like you're being anybody.
To be fair, me too, until he fucking jammed.
Everybody wanted to jam. You said you were just
I-
calling.
I didn't want
I'm
to
not
jam.
jamming. I'm not jamming at all. I don't let him bet again.
It sucks when they beat you in, you know? when they beat you into the pot and you can't bluff anymore, I'm just like, they got there first.
It's kind of a nice relief, though, every once in a while. Yeah, no, I was like, please just jam. Please don't call. Don't make me do the rest of it.
I wouldn't let you get off that easy.
AC Deucey suited for Collin, opens to 40, and Fins with ace-9 behind him, raising it up to 90. Ace-9 of spades for him. Well, this is a tie type of hand here. 8-5 of hearts in position.
Yep. The tie special 4-bet, maybe? You know him so well, Dan.
I mean, it's just one better than 7-4, so he's got to get it.
7-4's older, wiser brother. 8-5.
Right.
Oh, Noah.
Oh, what the...
Let's
I
go.
guess it's already 4-bet.
I guess it's okay.
Fins will defend the bet of 310, going heads up, and connects here with a 9. This is a board that nobody should have a piece of, right? As the 3-better and 4-better.
It's not entirely true. It is true that it's not a board that either player smashes super often compared to the other. Their ranges may be fairly equivalent here. If anything, Fins should have the better piece of this board than Ty, which he does in this instance. 4-betters usually going to have many more ace, king, and queens in their hand. Also, a lot of draws available on this board too, so neither player really should want to play super aggressively on this board. And this board is kind of all over a 3 and a 4-betters range now, with a queen, jack, and 9 available on the board. But if there's anyone who can find the airball special, it's that gentleman sitting over there in the 8 seat.
Yeah, he does pick up a gut shot here. None of that matters, though. He's not really playing his cards.
He's just playing his position and playing his range of hands, which still should be pretty strong on this board. It's going to have pocket jacks, pocket queens, maybe less so hands like 9s, pocket 9s that is. He will just check it on back. And Fins never folding now, triple 9s.
Best hand gets way better. Unfortunately for Fins, he's not going to get any value out of this if he bets. And he's got to check and hope Ty blasts off.
Yeah, and I was going to say, I mean, in a standard configuration, this is a great river to lead on. Obviously, of course, your hand got there, so bet your own hand. But a 9 in itself is a hand Fins should have way more, so it's a good river to lead on. However, being that his opponent is Ty, Fins probably has the best possible customer to check to and hope that we'll put in a bluff on the river. So going to make much more value by checking and letting his opponent bluff at it.
And he comes with the check raise now to 2,000. So he will get that bet for value, but Ty obviously not going to be calling here with 8 high. He could get crazy and go all in, but Fins
would never fold, not in a million years. Just be unfortunate for Ty.
Oh, wow.
There it is.
What?
Jam snap from Fins. $8,000 pot. Scoop it right there.
Wow.
Well, we knew Fins was never folding, and it was proven right there. Instant call. Tough cookies for Ty. Really thought that his opponent might just be getting out of line, but did have the 9.
What a hand.
And that just goes to show you, right? I mean, I'm sure Ty was thinking that if Fins had any 9s in his hand, he would have led that river. Especially a hand like ace-9. Maximum value there from Fins. Very well played.
And Fins now close to 10,000 in his stack. It's going to change the dynamic of this game.
You have an eye too?
Yeah, that's 8,000.
6 go. Gotcha. Good. Oh, one too many. 3 plus 35.
Three players going to this flop, and Jonathan catching the trips this time. Jack 6 flopping. Great.
30.
I'm taking a really long break after. He might never come back. He's out of here. Somebody watch me do this. It's bothering me.
So, see.
HV coming with the raise here with 10-7.
Oh no.
Running into it. And we might have another situation where Jonathan tries to play this slow. He's in position here, though.
We do see the turn has fallen, and it is the 5 of spades. HV with no outs on the flop. He knows that.
Leads into him. Now, Jonathan opened this one with Jack 6 in the cutoff.
Mm-hmm.
HV should have the 6s in his range. Jonathan should not.
Yeah.
It's always sucks when you're bluffing and the player has the card you're pretending to have.
And Jonathan should be just calling here, and he will be. How big of a barrel do we see from HV here? Unless the river is a 10 or a 7, I don't know if he's going to want to shut down. Oh, but it's a 10.
It is a 10.
Good news for HV. River's plenty of showdown value, enough to probably give up. He's, of course, behind a 6, behind a king, but now he no longer needs to blast away at the pot to have some kind of showdown value, but Jonathan just has it, and has had it the whole time.
How big of a bet would HV call with this 10? That's
not that big, to be honest with you. Jonathan's most likely hand is a king.
Right.
He could have a 6, which he does in this instance, but Jonathan really can't go that big if he wants HV to make the call. I would say the most I would bet here with a hand, if I'm intending to get called by something like a 10, would be closer to like 450, 400. Of course, Jonathan doesn't know what HV has, can't possibly put HV on 10 high going to the river, so is going to be targeting an inelastic range containing mostly kings that are betting in this type of way. That's not what HV has, so gonna be a tough spot for Jonathan to get paid, I think.
Goes with the overbet bluff, and HV's trying to figure out what would he call. What calls a check raise on the flop that's a missed hand, right?
And the answer is not really that many. HV's not really, I guess maybe he's, because you can see it on his face, it's a bit confusing, the river sizing that Jonathan's taken. Neither of these players are putting each other on the exact type of hands that they have, is kind of the disconnect here. Jonathan is assuming HV must have some kind of king if he's continuing to barrel and has enough showdown value. HV assuming that Jonathan might have a king, but if that's the case, why would he bet so big on the river? Don't really think he's accounting for many combinations of 6x at this point. Jonathan's bet is essentially 6 or full house or a bluff.
Yeah.
Very interesting hand. Neither player probably putting each other on their exact perceived ranges.
We hand them.
Oh, really?
Anywhere I play
Especially thinking.
A credit where credit's due. Jonathan's big bet is making HV curious. I'll give it that.
It's not money we ever carry, you know, because like people can play every week all the time. Like, the money's what it is. Yeah.
Finds the fold, and Jonathan will show the 6 here to get rid of that knit button, so HP sees that he was really running into it there. But yeah, credit to Jonathan, as you said, that size so weird that HV thought about calling. And the PFR chart here showing a very active table, almost half the table above 20%. Collin, HV, and Ty all raising more than 25% of their hands when entering their pots. Fins has taken the top of the board, winning that big pot from Ty. He's up 75-75, and Ty now in the red. Noah, HV, and Bedrock all in the green as well. Everybody else in the red. Tisch, Money, and Collin down more than 3K each. All these numbers getting big. And Fins playing good and running good.
If I had to guess.
Yeah, you take him a second.
And it's possible now we could see some
like a good target.
big pots, as Fins has 9,500, Ty has 8,000, and Collin's got 5,700 in his stack. None of those guys are afraid of putting money in the middle.
That's what I try to do. I jam my leg up. Except for when it doesn't work.
Look at him.
Can you get a brush?
Uh-oh.
I'm not gonna leave and come.
Uh-oh.
Get a rack.
I just buy some.
Yeah, I'm gonna buy some.
No, we don't need it. We'll
No, I mean,
Okay, I do not defend any 2 cards. You know what I mean?
I don't know.
I'm trying to get every dollar I can back from you.
Yeah, I know. I have to. My dollars have been dispersed across this community, man.
Mine too.
I think how's it been
I still think about that
Yeah,
hand, because you had no bluffs there, and I still called it.
That's 5K.
There were no bluffs there.
No bluffs in this spot? Maybe.
There's no bluffs there.
Last time somebody told me I had no bluffs, I spoke before.
But you're not shoving $7,800.
I didn't say you had no bluffs.
I'll just take 2.
In fact, I was counting on it.
It's either.
No, I'm just talking about in that spot. There were no bluffs in that spot.
Or all bluffs. It's probably a good read, actually.
I mean, you either got it or you got it.
Finn's going to be dealt the ace-queen, and is going to raise it up. And Ty activates revenge mode with the 10-8 suited, getting involved. Looks like HV's got something he's pondering. Probably has a decent hand here. Wait for the graphics to catch up.
Wish I could have gotten that. 500.
HV reaching for chips, will 4-bet.
I'm all in.
And Bedrock rips it all in. We know HV has aces. Oh, wow. Big pot alert. Can't wait for the graphics to catch up. Want to see what Bedrock had here. Not a small shove. It's for almost 2,300, 2,400 here.
Just be careful. Oh, yeah.
Absolute dream spot for HV. It's aces versus kings here.
I remember that.
HV versus Bedrock.
No, I know.
You never like the snap versus HV.
Just be careful. Not a problem.
Never like this.
Just wanted to let you know.
HV gets another
One time.
We should always
more than anybody else.
One time announced.
You're done. Need a king.
Oh, wow. King on the turn for Bedrock. Takes a huge lead and is going to scoop it.
No, aces.
Kings cracking aces here for Bedrock.
No oops. Aces versus kings. That
Sounds like it was cooler.
Sorry about that, A2.
It's just this thing.
Already. So far.
I mean, you get married.
Massive pot for Bedrock. Massive double up for him as well. Almost 5K in his stack.
Usually the baby.
HV going to be adding on big here. And now we're going to look right back at the numbers. It's Bedrock who's up 3K now. HV now down 1,000 after buying in originally for 2. Kind of flipping places on the leaderboard. We've got a couple of big winners. Noah also up almost 1,500. Ty, Tisch Money, and Collin at the bottom of the leaderboard so far. Plenty of time left over on this action-packed stream.
What happened? Bad luck?
Lot 20 goes.
Oh, that's creepy.
I mean, no, you can more bet me with Queen Jack offsuit and said you could tell I didn't want a 3-bet. So how can I not?
Maybe I want. Well, maybe they go up lane. Monday. I was right.
Oh yeah, yeah. I was the only one who got.
In my defense, he didn't look like he wanted this.
I just have the King 9.
Good one. Nice little walk. Now it's with the glass on. It looks like you're begging for it.
Yeah.
I am pretty good about
Very bright.
Rather take a walk than not with that hand at least.
Good hand, in position, but you know, don't have to fight for it.
Yeah.
Save the 2. Were we at 250?
Not to blast off anymore.
Pretty nice.
Well, I mean, still got to do what you got.
Sometimes it's nice just to win, you know.
Yeah, yes, it is. You know. Scared to see it fall.
Any vote button? I do.
I do.
Just want to publicly announce it. Just in case Ty's thinking about it.
Outlaw bumping this one up with the Queen 8 suited.
What?
Nick game on still, and he's actually just going to get the fold out of Ty.
I'll do anything to make me pay.
With the ante, aren't you supposed to defend any 2 cards in the bag or something?
Yeah, that's how it works. That's right. Well, you'll have to have 2 HV.
I can bet a lot of money that I don't need to be friends after.
I thought that's a tournament thing. You can defend any 2.
Yep, that's also how it works.
Alright guys, so anybody wants to thank me for the Champions game?
Yeah, I'll take it.
Oh my gosh, the 9 is big.
No, you can't have 10-9 anymore.
Everybody knows that's the 10-9.
God. Collin's bluffs just got cut in half, basically.
Tisch Money opening it up with the King Jack offsuit, and Collin is going to make the call with that nip button still in hand. 10-7 off. Him and Noah heads up in the Nick game. It is Tisch Money flopping pure though, flopping top pair with a decent kicker. Only club in hand as well. Board pairing turn may be a bit scary for Tisch Money, but still with the clear best hand. Collin does improve on the river to some showdown value. Tisch can probably get called by Collin pretty easily here.
Goes very small, just $25. But 25 bucks is 25 bucks, a little extra value on the river.
Evan, I didn't know we were friends like that, brother. Good job. Just like we practice. That's for you, buddy. He flipped his 9.
Oh.
He flipped the 9 of spades, dude.
Did he have a 9?
That is pretty dirty. Well, the turn would have been the 9 though. The deck would have been.
You need one.
That would have been on the river, right?
No, it's still natural. They're just replacing exposed.
All they did is.
Oh yeah.
All the deck stays. The round stays the same. The only thing that happens is Collin gets fucked.
Really got screwed there.
No, that was fine. I would have had 10-9 though.
But you were in a 3 then, and I was in a fold 3, so.
No, it was opposite. I would have
I'll straddle 2 aces to 50.
been opposite.
20 straddle is on. HV under the gun opens to 50 with 6s. And Bedrock gets in there with ace-9 before Collin 3-bets to 225 with 2 5s in his hand.
Neither HV nor Bedrock going to be letting go of their hands. And how about that? How about we flop a set of 6s while Collin is open-ended?
Bedrock also open-ended on the other side with backdoor hearts and gets there.
Oh, wow. Cooler spot now.
He's got the straight and the nut heart draw, and he's going to check.
How has no one put money into this pot? I mean, really, how is
And
nobody
now the
put
board
money-
pairs.
How has nobody put money into this pot?
What is happening here?
HV has a boat. Bedrock with the straight.
And look at this. HV bets tiny, 150, and Bedrock doesn't raise. What is going on?
HV's going to be so annoyed that he doesn't make more money off of that hand. And
that look was priceless.
Especially given the history between these two and the huge pot that Bedrock just won. Kings versus aces.
I did not. I was Collin.
Tough stuff.
That should have been a $3,000 pot at least.
For sure.
Fair enough.
Seven?
No, I had 6 asleep. I think 9 6.
So you had a pair of 7s on the board?
Yeah. One pair, yeah. A7 off.
Last straddle, 20 to go.
Queens.
I like how you play that.
4 aces to 50.
This didn't go too well.
Me either. Against Richard too. Wait a second. There might be a conspiracy theory in here. Richard always beats aces.
Collin with jack high too.
Tisch kicking it up with the ace deuce of hearts.
Richard, you been hanging out with shamans recently?
Yeah, I keep getting rivered.
The river shaman.
Yeah, the river shamans.
But it's the man of the moment, HV, with a 3-bettable hand, and is going to do it. Bumps it up to 350.
I managed to get the minimum profit out of those aces.
Yeah.
Break a pack of those aces. That was good.
That large 3-bet will
I mean, over
end
the
it right
long
here.
run,
HV
should
picks
be
up
profitable
175
probably
without a
jack
flop.
king, 10 offsuit.
Yeah. Well, against me, it's probably 5. It's good for the unfinished business range.
How many pits does that expand?
Oh. It depends, obviously, who against. But
And what the business is.
yeah. Yeah. Quite a few is the answer, obviously.
Have you been in any 2 spot?
Oh, yeah. There's some people that, you have to do with.
I think these streams turn into a master class by me on how to win the least.
Not in the Kings versus Aces, though. You figured that one out.
Yeah, but what am I supposed to do there? I mean, nothing. I don't know that I could do anything there.
That's the strategy.
Get a king, turn it.
Yeah.
We got
It's a good start.
If I got $10,000
Uh-oh.
here, maybe I could fold.
Not sure what's unfolding here. Graphics haven't quite caught up, but it's lady on lady violence. Queens versus queens for Outlaw and Fins. And Ty.
Ty with a very Ty-like hand is gonna get involved.
You know, gotta say, really wouldn't say it very often. Loving 7-5 suited versus queens right now.
Yeah, I think it really has a good shot.
Folded a 6. And then
I don't think it's going to be 135 anymore, though.
And then, boom, the king on the river.
No. When the hope is so high, and it gets dismantled. Hate to see it. You really do.
The large back raise to 535. And Finn's going for it all.
Yeah. Going for it all. Gonna see a call. Gonna see a chop. Sad days.
You got it, you got it.
It's important to say it before he calls.
Outlaw's actually considering folding. This would be so funny if we see this, because Outlaw's got more than 3K in front of him. The graphics are not correct. You can see there's 3 yellow birds in Outlaw's stack, plus some black chips behind it. So Outlaw's pretty deep, and Fins has just gone for everything. Actually, I don't see any black chips, but you can see all 3 of the yellow chips in play there.
Yeah, he's got 500 in front of him too with that bet, so looking at about $3,800, $3,900.
Outlaw considering making a monster fold, and if Finn shows, Outlaw will be sad. Will be an understatement, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, it's there.
Oh wow.
I did.
Finn shows the queens.
I think he saw Outlaw's queens as he was folding.
There's no way you.
What a hand.
Impossible. Yeah. I had the other 2.
I have to have the best hand.
Yeah, good snap on each other.
The risk premium is way higher.
I said it very smart ass like those.
No, I believe you.
Speech play.
You can let him see a couple of times and you win $1,000 more. Well, yeah, because he's a queen. Yeah, because he's a queen. So it's like, you only have $2,000 for you to go.
Out comes the tournament money.
My luck, he calls and it all comes to his suits.
No. I let you buy insurance. I let you buy. I take that.
I don't want the best insurance.
Ties over there.
And Outlaw reloading big here. Got over 6,000 in his stack now.
There's a market for everything.
Exactly.
Doesn't hurt to ask though.
Hustling.
What's the worst they can say, no?
If anyone wants insurance,
let me know.
I'm gonna open.
You told me we had the same hand, I still folded.
Awkward spot.
Ty, big slick, and Finn's defending. Deuce Trace suited, flops a flush draw as Ty hits top.
Ace is probably still.
The gamble light is on. Checks it. Ty C-bets 75.
It's only that he told me that he had the same hand.
fold.
I feel bad.
I mean, he only told.
I look like a fool.
I mean, to be fair, I would have said the same.
You look like a fool
regardless.
anyway.
I've
Don't
said
worry.
that multiple times. Is that the same thing?
That's a good strat.
Now a combo draw for Fins, open-ended with the heart draw.
Their hand, and it's made a short on the stream. It's always been the truth.
That.
The one guy said he had jacks, and he had jacks. Jacks full.
gonna start asking more often what people have.
What do you have?
What you got over there?
And Ty going for a big bet this time.
Like that, the wrong thing happens.
275.
Then maybe
3 1/4 in the middle.
I just default no speech.
Smart. I'm not a talker either usually on the river.
Can't imagine Fins is going to fold on this turn.
Yeah, a lot of action river cards potentially here for Ty. And I think Fins is coming in with a raise. Nope, looks like it is just a call.
There's a lot of odds out there.
Calling with the red chips is a sign of weakness, I always say.
Wow.
But the 6 of hearts is a sign of strength.
You don't have a read into that either way.
Got a straight and a flush. Not quite the straight flush, but feels good all the same.
I don't really factor it in either way. I just want to know.
All right, Fins, how much are we leading for here? 415? More?
I think it's weird that
Big. 800.
do like all this weird chip tricks stuff sometimes. Like hitting you or things like
600 actually. Fins just behind those LSU glasses seems to have some kind of mind reader for Ty. Knows when he has value and knows when he has a bluff, apparently.
No. Like on river decisions, like moving chips around and stuff. Oh. Yeah. Not my cup of tea.
With just one pair on this particular board, Ty should be able to get away from this one, though, I would think.
Yeah, definitely possible. Wonder if Ty thinks that Fins is capable of having a bluff here. I would say it is possible.
Who's monkey man?
But Black Ace King definitely shrivels up on this kind of run out.
It looks to me like Ty might be randomizing.
He did like forward motion and
He's doing one of these. I'm swapping sides.
So I've had this a lot.
If it's not past
Today
that
is the
line,
best presentation. It's pretty tasty today.
and then flicked it back.
I was
Like
inspired
as
by
his
you.
hand was moving forward, he flicked the chips.
So like that?
I needed it.
No, he's like, yeah.
No, he like launched the chips.
I was
He didn't even
all of a sudden got so hungry.
The randomizer gives Fins the value.
Yeah.
Ty makes the call here. And another nice pot going Fins' way. He's up over 11K in his stack now.
Yeah, Fins making the maximum off of Ty in a couple of big spots here tonight. Definitely getting the better of it so far.
Diminutive.
Open that between me and Noah. We never went up. Chop it up.
This stream is for you too. Heads up.
Man, you got it.
Ace Jack suited for Collin under the gun, opens to 60. He's heads up in this Nick game. Ty with Ace 8 of diamonds makes the call. Bedrock with a suited ace as well.
Lots and lots of aces all over the place here.
3 players going to the flop. Collin in good shape to end this Nick game.
Really likely to be a battle of the suits on the board, though. Lots of coverage available here, and it is all red with a jack, or rather red other cards besides the jack. Pretty monster flop for Collin, all things considered. Bedrock, of course, with the gutter ball, but Collin all but locked up this hand, nut flush draw, to go along with his pair.
Stop and go. Delayed c-bet of 125. Looks like Bedrock's going to make the call here with his wheel draw. But it will be a miss. Nick game over. Bet and take it for Collin, and now Noah will have to put in the splash money. I believe it is going to be 250 this time. It is.
Yeah. It's always me. I was just waiting for this one. You know, I like the last stack and the like the jam. Get trapped. Probably drop like way more when I'm in the game. Yeah. Which is good for me because I get to see block. What's the point, you know? So much money in there, guys.
$20 straddle, 250 splash pot, multiple limpers. Noah in there with the best of it, 7-4 suited.
The blades check. I know. Make it 40. Gotta figure it out sometimes.
Okay.
No raise yet. Outlaw in the big blind with sixes. Gives it a little thought and just calls. 8 players going to the flop. You can add 250 to the number on the pot there. For the splash pot, about 400 in the middle, and a set of deuces for Bedrock. Collin flopping a flush draw. And Ty's going to take a stab with kings. That's 280. Bedrock just calling. Folds around to fins. He's got a gut shot to Broadway with the queen of clubs in his hand. Pretty key card. He gets to close the action here. He'll make the call. 1260 in the middle now. 3 players going to the turn. And it is the 5 of hearts, changing nothing.
Where was your victory dinner at? 800? Where's that one at?
Tie continuing. Pretty large here. 800. And Bedrock now jamming for 4K. Ends it right there.
Obviously, it was like the one. Are we buttoning again?
Button it.
For 275 bones.
Sounds about right.
Button that shit.
If you had lost there, I had like flying in.
Makes sense, yeah.
Maybe 5
Especially if you get the bottle.
Yeah.
Adding
We
two.
just got glass.
Adding two.
She had a cocktail.
Is that like 2K?
Cocktails at the first one for like 50.
Yeah, I can't hear. Yes.
Somehow feel under.
Yep. Non-codes.
180.
To 60. To 180. 3 4
174 in the muck, but after Noah opens to 55 with the draggers, another 7-4 finds a 3-bet. 155 from HV. Unfortunately for him, he's running into the jacks in the small blind. Outlaw giving it some thought.
Yeah, me too, honestly. It is icy. Icy in here.
Yes.
Can I get 8-0, please? Please. And I'll
4-bet is a 950 from Outlaw. Gets it to fold back around. to HV. He will not continue. Outlaw, the first player safe in the fourth net game. Jack's good enough for $250 without a flop.
I'd make a bad fold.
It was a good fold. That was a great fold.
No, I was gonna snap fold until you said that.
He told you.
I know. When he just do. It made me
It almost backfired.
like 0% call to wow, I should call. Really?
You should have asked what color they are.
Yeah.
And then if he said, I don't know. It would be a fun question to ask, I think.
That'd be crazy.
Yeah, can you hear me?
It's like you have a black queen, and then he says, "Oh, I have black queens."
Which one did you go?
Be an interesting dynamic.
One day I'm gonna remember.
Not today.
She's not on the
Not today.
It's okay.
Tomorrow when we're not doing the
One fold, one fold.
Yeah.
I'll start remembering.
We'll put it on just to get it.
3 folds. 4 folds.
Action folds around to the button of Outlaw, and he has improved from jacks to queens this hand. He lifts it up to 60. And Collin, finding tens in the small blind, will raise to 250. Now Fins has the 7-4. He makes the call. Let's go. But Outlaw highly likely to raise here on the button with queens. Although we saw him have to fold queens earlier to re-raise from Fins.
1,050.
That is not going to change his strategy here, though. He raises it up 1,050.
He's good at a big button.
I did lose it, right?
Yeah. Lose it last week.
Me too. Oh yeah, I lost mine too. No, actually I did.
Angle, man.
Maybe I can lose it this time.
Collin in a tough spot now with 5,500 in his stack. Probably a jam or fold situation. He goes with fold, and Fins gets out of the way as well.
The hand I defolded. Well, Dan just called me 250 exact 7-4. Try something on the flop. This time I wasn't gonna fold it.
I appreciate the effort.
With that 20. Yeah. You don't want to look at that hand. You're not going to like it. You might not like what you're folding. No. Much better than that.
Oh. 1 fold. 2 raises for 50.
Unlucky. It's kind of big, but you kind of have to make it big.
So deep.
Especially him, yeah. Like big, kind of big against things that not really at all with him.
Heads up.
Luckily, 7-4 spared from violence this hand.
This will be the flop.
Indeed. Heads up here. Swing and a miss for both players. Jonathan does have a gutter, though.
Yeah, gut shot, backdoor spades. Plenty of equity to call, for sure. HV also with a backdoor straight draw as well.
Your 250 saved me probably like 2K.
Not super intuitive, but this is a fair enough spot to check raise, but I don't think that was going to be the case for Jonathan here. Because he is in the under the gun straddle, could potentially connect with this low-ish board. Not the case anymore, of course. Now we do have a flush draw on board, and it's for HV, who will probably continue barreling on this turn.
And he does. Goes 260. And that will get Jonathan out of there. HV showing it's safe in the Nick game. Second player to lose his button.
Smiling at over there. You're not allowed to be happy getting married this week. Keep it together there, sir.
It's been a stressful week, like 2 weeks.
Yeah.
30.
2 races to 30.
HV opening another one. 8-6 suited this time, makes it 30 to go. And Fins finds Big Slick on the button. Typically raises pretty small, but it looks like he's going to go larger this time. 130.
Nip button in his hand probably makes it more likely that he is going to fight for these pots. And Ty with the Ty special.
Like, yeah, 25 times. Like,
$430 incoming. Oh wow, just a call.
Interesting.
That is going to invite HV in there, closing action with a suited one gapper. And HV is going to flop the best of it. Ty, however, with the flush draw, Fins goes from first to worst here pretty quickly.
He will c-bet big, though, as he often does. Almost pot size, 350.
Is that right? The graphics are saying Ty bet 350 into 2, which I'm not sure if that's correct.
No, check. Fins bets 350.
Okay.
And Ty just calling.
Right.
Action on HV now.
Yeah, HV, I think, uncomfortable spot, but top pair, probably going to make the call, and he does. I just have a feeling that Ty's going to win this pot. Not sure how, but I think it's going to happen. Whether he gets there or not.
Right.
But it's certainly easier if you get there. 6 of clubs on the turn.
Straight flush draw to go along with the best hand, but Fins with that ace of clubs now, turning the nut flush draw.
Yeah, great card for Ty. Looks like it is going to most likely go check.
Yeah.
And it's especially a bink because HV has turned 2 pair here.
3 pair, even.
I guess I should say, yes, HV has turned
a
2
better
pair.
2 pair, yeah.
He
Should be allowed more often.
He's still not beating
On the
over
button,
pairs,
too.
right? HV's still behind 9s, 10s, jacks, kings, aces because of the 2 deuces on the board, right? Obviously losing to a deuce, so HV, if anything, has really picked up more outs to boat up on this turn, but it is a flush completing turn, and Ty has donked, so even though HV has turned 2 pair, it is almost as if the board has not changed for him. Definitely not beating any over pairs that Fins may have. Certainly not ahead of any flushes. So HV is going to make the call. More outs to a full house here, but I feel like he's going to have to fold basically every river in the deck that's not an 8 or a 6.
This pot is now getting big, and Fins with a big draw.
Fins has been pretty dialed in tonight. Now would be the time to make a big fold, but does decide to make the call with that nut flush draw of his own.
And quad 10s are better beat in their life?
Nines. Quad 9s is the biggest quad.
I was at the table when that happened.
4,000 in the pot now.
Can anyone get there?
In the last club.
Wow.
Completes Fins nut flush.
There's like
Pure run out for Fins. Makes the call on the turn and is rewarded with it. HV obviously knowing he's not good now.
I have 6 aces.
And Ty probably going to shut down, I would imagine. 5 high flush not looking as good on a 4 flush board.
Check, check, and big bet incoming. How much does Fins ask for?
Turn, the guy hits quad, he's like, why aren't you leaving yet? He's like, I've seen some shit. Like at the floor. He's like, I've seen a foul deck 3 times.
Uh-oh. HV might be thinking about turning his hand into a bluff.
Counting out his stack. He's got well less than an SPR of 1. I think HV's stack size is accurate here. About 2.5K in front of him.
He can't lose his hand. Burdens the turn.
Maybe a tiny bit more than that.
Closer to 3.5K, I would say.
15, yeah. 25. Yeah, closer to 3.5.
Yeah, well, I'd like to run it twice, because why?
15.
I'm draw to a foul deck.
Yeah. HV's got at least 3,000 in front of him right here.
If it's a fresh deck and something could have snuck in there.
HV going to check. Fins knows he's got the best hand, most likely. Shocking if anyone checked a full house here. How much does Fins ask for?
Goes pot size, it looked like to me 4,000.
3, it looks like.
Yeah, 3,000.
Fins says don't be shy. But I don't think he's going to get called by either of these hands. Ty going to lay down his flush, and HV flicks away his cards as well.
In a no-show from Fins, even though he has a knit button. Collin quickly pushing those cards closer to the muck. I think Ty and HV wanted a show there.
Yeah.
Fins not worried about the knit game. He just picked up a $4,000 pot. He can afford the splash if he still has that button later. Something tells me he won't, though.
Yeah, big stack here. 13K in front of him. Playing a lot of pots, winning a lot of pots, more importantly.
And forget the show is always not it.
HV, did you add 2K?
No, I added. I'm looking for 5 total. Should be.
You added 2 just when you paid off Richard.
I had 3. I had 3 when I paid him off 2K.
Yep.
Just total 5.
Yep.
Oh, I didn't show.
That's what we were like.
I just realized what y'all talking about.
You put your cards on.
Come on, no,
Really?
Colin was so smooth with that too.
Smooth dog.
Huh?
It was heads up.
Here, I got you.
Tisch money with the early open. 7-8 suited, good enough for a $100 raise. $20 straddle is on. Fins getting in there with ace-8, and now Ty on the button. He's got the monster. 7-4, double suited. Going to disguise the strength of his hand by just calling.
Like when he came with the nicest suits, I was like, everyone was like,
3 players going to the flop. Fins the best of it right now with ace high. And he hits an ace on the flop as well. Bet and take it.
There we go. You see this, HV?
You were right. He's not going to hold on that knit button for long.
2 in a row.
He's heating up.
Squid Game on, anyone?
Right.
I had a deuce in my hand. I think you're.
I had a perfect hand to do it.
Why? No idea what I had. Obviously.
Can't do it.
You could have if you said you got it. You got it. You probably would have got it.
Probably got snapped up.
Maybe not so.
Big slick for Tisch money, early position. Opens to 60 over the $20 straddle. Ty looking down at Queen 10 suited in the cutoff. He'll get in there.
Yeah, hands like Queen 10 suited performing better as a call than a 3-bet. Neither player really connecting with this flop very well. Ty, of course, with the backdoor straight draw. Lots of cards improving him on this turn, including that one, especially. Open-ended straight draw now. 3 hearts on board as well. Tisch definitely inclined to check now. No heart in his hand. Ty with a pretty clear avenue to begin stealing this pot. He's going to go big, put a lot of pressure on Tisch money. Can't call. And he will take it down with the queen high. Simple but effective from Ty.
Down their 8s, but when you show them, it's 7 4. How it works.
Dealer change coming up here. We'll remind you about the August Summer Poker Open, August 13th to the 25th. Mark those dates on your calendar. We'll have $1 million main event. Details will be coming soon. Follow us on social media. All the links are in the description below. Come visit us here at Champions Club. We're at 6440 West Sam Houston Parkway South in Houston, Texas. The only club in all of Texas with a hotel on site. If you want to come check out some of this crazy Texas poker action, Champions Club is the place to do it. Always have great room rates and specials for poker players. If you play for 4 hours in our cash room, you get a special room rate. If you play for 8 hours in a 24-hour period, we comp your room. So you can basically play here and stay for free. Take a poker vacation. Like Finn's is doing right now. He's staying here and just crushing. He might have to get himself an apartment here in Houston.
Yeah. Can afford a month's rent just by playing one pot on this stream. Pretty nice.
Somebody like deposit at Wells Fargo and they're just like, this is the check. And you're like, huh?
Double board bomb pot coming up as Gio comes back into the box.
It's like it thinks your money's a check.
Does anybody know what the fuck you're talking about?
Well, I don't know anybody else who thinks in Wells Fargo.
I guess I'm the only one who has big money.
Make your money to check.
If you let them, they will give you the spot.
Yeah, like the paper on it's different, so like it thinks it's like registering a check, because like you put on all your objects. It's like the ATM.
Oh.
It's okay.
One,
I forget you guys.
2, 5.
Tough for the readers to go through all 4 of these RFID cards. Got to spread them out a little bit, make sure they're all read before we get the flops out there.
Sad for Noah, basically drawing dead pre-flop. No more duckies left on the board.
Right. Bedrock's hand not looking too bad here with double suited and an ace and a king. Now let's see what the flops look like.
Lots of queens, lots of straight draws possible on both boards.
Check. 8 check. 9 check. And 1 check.
Not a whole lot going on for anybody here. Outlaw decent with a queen in his hand and a lot of possible straightening cards. He does make King 10 straight on the bottom board. He's got the nuts there now. Bedrock now firing. Aces and nines on the top board.
Yeah, graphics definitely not caught up. Outlaw is currently holding the nuts on that board. Is chopping with Finn's though. Finn's also holding King 10 in his hand. Jonathan, of course, with a set on that board, as well as a gut shot on the other.
Nine calls, 1 and 2 folds. I have 4 players.
Ace-9, way good on one board, but doesn't look like that's the case anymore. Nope, he is going to be good.
Yeah, Jack's full on the bottom board now, and Bedrock with, what has he got there?
I guess aces and nines is good.
Aces and nines, yeah.
Yeah, aces and nines still good somehow.
7 checks.
The Broadways wisely slowing down here, recognizing they no longer have the nuts. So many cards out there when the board pairs. And Jonathan's going to go with max pressure here, which is going to make it really difficult for Bedrock to call with just 2 pairs on one board.
And if Bedrock folds, the only other player in the hand who could potentially call, I think, would be Outlaw.
Yeah, I think he's got just enough on both boards.
Yeah. He's got a lot of pairs on that board. Queens and 10s for Outlaw, of course, no good. King 10, no good either. Or against, at least against Bedrock. Queens and 10s are no good. If Bedrock folds, then Outlaw would be offered half of the pot, should he choose to accept it.
Where do you want to go?
It'll be tough for Outlaw, too, with Fins behind him and only 2 pairs on one board and the non-nuts on the bottom board.
Rough for Bedrock, too.
Bedrock does get out of the way.
So if Outlaw folds, there's actually a real chance that Fins calls and Jonathan scoops, which would be a very, very interesting outcome.
Well, Fins... Oh, yeah, Jonathan would scoop with jacks.
Oh, wow. If Fins calls, Jonathan's about to scoop this bomb pot, and he's going to. Wow.
What a play by Jonathan.
Dream scenario. Scoop it up, Jonathan. No chop.
No, he's got both.
Wow.
It's the 2 better hands to fold and the worst one to call.
That's
really
exactly what you want, right?
Couldn't have drawn it up better.
I think I read about that in Super System.
Yeah. Read in Super System, you want your opponents to call with worse. Follow me for more advice. Jonathan definitely not expecting to scoop that pot, but definitely happy to do so.
Yeah, and HBO does.
Well, a very profitable double board bomb pot for Jonathan. Now back to the Hold'em action. We've got
I had ace king 9.
half
so
the table safe in the Nick game.
You only
Noah,
have
Bedrock, Tisch, Money, and Collin with buttons.
But, oh, you would have known though.
Not Michaela.
No, I mean, like, you get raised.
Oh, fuck. It's not looking like I want to throw up.
Well, and then number 7 out.
I have jacks, but it's so easy to have a 8.
Four folds. 5 raise.
Early open from Outlaw with the ace-jack. Makes it 35. Collin with 10s. Quick raise to a buck and a squirt. He's got a knit button. Folds around to the big blind. Bedrock also with a knit button, but Jack 7 not good enough to call the 3-bet. Gets out of the way. Outlaw will defend.
Safe board for Collin, king high.
And a bet and take it.
I did it. I won with that. So much easier.
But it's good.
Thank you. Wendy.
Call that. Wild card behind me. I was like thinking about it, and then I was like, do I even want him to call behind me? I was like, I guess. I'm set by him. And I was like, I should come up with this thoughts on maybe. I can't figure it out. I don't even know what results I want.
Fuck it.
Yeah.
What's your reaction on that one, Caleb? Like, oh, I thought I had a button. You know, like,
yeah, he needs a little more effort now.
I never would 4-bet this hand if it wasn't for the button.
But over small blind, so many different.
8 folds. 4,
60.
60 from 61.
Action folds all the way around to the cutoff. Noah with ace-jack suited will lift it up here to 60. He's got one of the remaining knit buttons. And Tisch Money looks down at kings in the big blind after Bedrock calls from the small with suited 6 deuce. And the 3-bet is 375. Action back on Noah.
How much do you have for?
900.
Less than me.
900.
And comes with the 4-bet to 900. Tisch Money about to get those chips in the middle.
I don't think it's stuck on me now.
No one's trying to compete with you. All right, you can stay down there.
We need to change that.
All right.
Today.
You can give me a courtesy double up, and then after that, I'll double you up.
All in.
All in is the number, and all out is Noah. Makes the fold, and Tisch Money will show the kings to get safe. Down to 3 in the Nick game now. Noah, Bedrock, and Jonathan.
Like 20.
That's what I was trying to do with you on Monday. I just ran out of money. You know.
What?
Trying to do that. Actually, no, I couldn't even know it.
Not the last hour.
You didn't even rebuy. You
Is that your name?
You have to talk me into it. I said you have like a brief window before I leave that you gotta.
I don't know. I don't want to kick him out.
Yeah. Just when I'm 30 feet away, then y'all start laughing.
I was the one that laughed. It was only funny because the dealer asked.
There's only 3 left, right?
I obviously
Yeah,
didn't say anything.
I will be there.
7-4.
The dealer did ask.
And then I was like, I don't want to
6-5 suited for tie. We know he's going to raise that one. Makes it 60.
He unblocked on the draw, so it can't be that bad.
Jonathan with ace wheel suited will call right behind him. He's got the same suit. Noah has the same suit as well. 7-8 suited, but he gets out of the way.
Fold, 4-4.
Quickly folds
5-4.
all the way around to the straddle. Collin with Queen 9. Probably going to call. Close the action here. We'll have 3 players going to the flop.
never just
Not a bad flop for the razor. Tie connects here with bottom pair and a gut shot, but Collin takes the lead with Queen 9 flopping top pair. He's going to check around to Jonathan though with ace high. He's going to take a stab. That's 100. And it's a check raise from Collin. 325 now. And that will end it.
But me, thank you. Like 20.
Folds all the way through to the cutoff. Bedrock with a knit button and pocket deuces will open to 80. Tisch Money making the call. Queen Jack on the button. Outlaw getting in there with King 10 in the small blind. You'll have those 3 players going to the flop.
You're hot, right?
No, I'm okay. That's why I went 40. Oh, that was something.
All little cards. The deuces still in the lead and now picking up a gut shot straight draw as well. Bedrock will c-bet 125. And take it down right there. He'll be safe now in the Nick game, which will be heads up between Jonathan and Noah.
Dude.
After this, right? Okay. 520.
You're locked in right now. That's step one to win it. Yeah. Except he's having it. I'm not doing that already. So you didn't win the hijack this morning, Jonathan? Or you did?
No. 9 and 1 fold. 2 folds.
All tilted? Allegedly tilted?
That's very tilted. That's tilted where you're like asking for action in the chat box.
3 raise 55. 4 folds.
Folds to the hijack. Bedrock opens to 55 with ace-4. Outlaw, though, with an ace-queen suited on the button. 3-bets to 200.
I don't know if I've ever been down bad enough in betting. I think he actually bad.
Raise and take it.
Yeah.
You got it. Last one.
Taking a look at the VPIPs, a very active table. Over half the table above 30%. Ty has played 52% of his hands. Finn's up near the top as well. 40% for him. He's going to be on top of this next board that we look at. Up over $10,000. 3 hours into the stream. Bedrock up 4,000. And Noah in the green as well. Everyone else in the red. Ty down 6K at this point. Lots of big numbers there. And Finn's running great and playing great. Crushing it tonight.
Yeah, I'm getting that. 40 will go.
Bedrock opening another one. This time Queen Jack suited, makes it 50. And this time 3-bet by Tisch money. Ace-9 of spades for him. Goes to 200. Finn's in the small blind looking down at ace-9 of clubs. He'll make the call. Folds back around to Bedrock, and he's going to come along as well. I'm liking the Queen Jack with both of the other players having ace-9.
Checking, sit up.
Yeah.
And 7-4 gets there, but Queen Jack takes the lead among these players. Top pair for Bedrock.
$150 for 4.
Tisch money, C-bets for $1.50. After it checks to him. Backdoor spades for him, backdoor clubs for Finn's.
6 and? Oh, you win. Just heads up.
Us 3 and Derek.
Who?
Derek. Newer guy.
4-handed?
Yep. Me and Tyler up. They can't lose.
And a check raise from Finn's. Goes 550.
Did one of you guys at least get unstuck?
Oh no.
Oh no?
Oh no.
Now, what do you do if you're Bedrock? He was probably thinking about check raising this one. Now he's facing a C-bet and a check raise from Finn's.
Sorry, I couldn't help.
It's okay. Johnny will meld.
What happened to him? You got? Did he lose?
No, he didn't lose.
No.
It was advertising.
He was asking how much he had to lose to get to play on a Monday. I said he still wasn't close.
Check raise works to get the best hand to fold. And Tisch money out of there as well. What a play by Finns.
That's what I was thinking. Normally it's over. I think for the last.
Flag 20.
We called it too.
I called it.
You did. It wasn't.
I manifested it.
That's a good start. Indeed it was. I lived. I just maybe that and then fold.
Bunch of bitches. That didn't fall. What I'm supposed to do
Too much
there.
of pot. Got it, you got it.
Like 10 things effective.
25. Two folds. Three folds, 20, 4 folds, 5 and 6.
20 straddle on Bedrock Collin with the draggers. Folds around to the small blind. Ty's got 9s. He makes it 125.
9 and 1.
Quick folds
Fold.
from the 2 knit buttons. Bedrock makes the call. Heads up we go. Bedrock's going to need some help here. But he will not get it on this flop. 9's still good. Only 1 overcard out there. And Ty leads out. C-bet of 125 is quickly called by Bedrock.
Can do long walks with their other club.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Board pairs.
It was really
And Bedrock probably thinks if he was good on the flop, he's still good on the turn. Ty is going to slow it down here. Checks it, and now Bedrock going for the steal. Bets 400.
more literally than she did. We both had veto power, so I was like, I think it's fine. What's our other?
You might think he's protecting the better hand,
Follow the other dog down the whole time.
but Ty probably thinks Bedrock has a jack. Nope, makes the call.
I think if we do it, I got some bad in here stuff too. So trying to go after some dog.
7-4 gets there, but the 9's with the check mark for Ty. Checks it, and Bedrock shuts it down here. Just turns over the 3s. Ty will take this one down.
Small and big.
Still heads up in the knit game between Jonathan and Noah. Noah and Jonathan both with slightly shorter stacks than the average of this game, but still plenty of funds.
Oh, I got you.
Thank you.
After.
Oh, after.
Yeah, double.
Whoever's the most stuck
McDonald's.
gets the priority.
Yeah.
Contract seat 8.
Who is the most stuck?
I'm surprised I won that hand. I thought for sure. I didn't even think it was possible.
I will fold river. No chance I'm winning.
Yeah. It starts to feel that way sometimes. Can I even win?
Can't win on the river.
Fold. 6 and 7
Oh,
fold.
where the river?
Folds around a tie on the button with 2 black 9s. We'll bump it up to 60.
1 and 2 fold.
Oh, well, if the straight mans were sitting here until it's over.
And a rare raise and take it.
No choice.
Damn.
2x.
Jack 5 off.
Outlaw.
This is a very good two people. I like this idea.
No, they just. Yeah, that's essentially what they do. They just split it and then we pay. And then we play one more. It always gets paid.
There's no doubt you flipped because it was broken.
I prefer it you flip though.
I suggested they flip
Yeah,
flop.
they flip and then one person pays it.
I'll buy
Save us all some
I'll
time.
buy his equity.
Is that good?
Just flipping.
3 and 4 fold.
Do you think I'm gonna win?
I think you're
Five base 25.
based on what I've seen, no.
7 4. 8 4.
Like just switching for fun.
It's Outlaw bumping it up with Ace Jack suited.
It's a 9.
And it's Noah with the King Jack suited. We'll be 3-betting to 150.
Oh, 925.
Yeah.
Outlaw with plenty big enough hand to call and is in dominating fashion right now.
And he was left for bad full hand. That was my
Must win pot for Noah for this Nick game. And how about that? Flops the nuts with King Jack.
105.
Outlaw with top pair. Great kicker as well. Really can't ask for anything more than this.
You gotta play more pots than me on the other one you can beat.
I know. We need to play more. You guys are going to play enough or something.
Yeah, tomorrow.
And trips on the turn for Outlaw. Wow.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Still waiting for the invite, but yeah.
Should be on your phone. Okay. Sent it out.
Noah still with the best of it, but Outlaw picks up a myriad of new outs here on this turn.
Sorry, Ty.
And Noah definitely going to be getting value from Outlaw now.
You're actually so good here.
My set run is big.
Better reel it in. Reel it in a little bit. Have some left.
350.
You're just gonna go back and forth and play whatever you want. Doesn't work.
Yeah, the plan is I'm just go there and play the mid.
Does not get there on the river. And it's Noah with the best hand still and the nip button in front of him.
I'll be here some Monday and then some Wednesday. I think right now I'm here for like probably there's 7 weeks total, right? I think I'm here like 2 weeks.
Okay.
Out of the 7.
You're mostly there.
Yeah, but I might just, if I bike the first day, I might just fly bike because it's like 4 days one. It's like.
Well, it's so cheap to fly back and forth.
Yeah, and also it's like if you bike, you have like 3 days. Like, you just play like run. I mean, you could play run the top, but
Well, you did say.
I said when you did a king, I saw.
Yeah, there it goes.
I saw a picture. I'm like,
Noah taking his time with this decision, but does decide to put it all in.
Okay, I will try.
Not what Outlaw wanted to see, really. Outlaw, even though he has a very strong holding, knows he's crushed against hands like Ace Queen, Ace 10, King Jack. Has unfortunately also lost to hands like Ace 4 suited. Only combination of that available would be Ace 4 of diamonds at this point.
They got it?
Yeah.
No.
Never.
But losing, of course, to many combos of Ace Queen off, Ace 10 off.
Never have it 100% of the time. Like,
Loses to Ace King as well.
It's tough to have it in total.
Very tough.
Can't beat Queens, can't beat 10s, can't beat King Jack. And yes, this is probably an easy fold for Outlaw if the Nick game's not on, but with the Nick game in effect, Noah really stands a good chance to get paid off here. Outlaw knows he's not beating any of Noah's thick value, but Noah doesn't have to have that in this specific instance.
Yeah.
I go to
Oh, yeah.
here. At Brooklyn, every single time I've been on like 2. One I ran bad, and then I just played the ball.
It's folding.
Great fold from Outlaw. Noah shows the flopped joint.
Last minute.
Nice fold.
And the Nick game is over. Jonathan will be responsible for the Nit tax.
So 275 is 15.
No, last one no I play, right?
Seed 9.
It's 275, right?
275.
Yeah.
No, I think so.
I think it's 300 this time. Did no paid.
No, I paid 250 last time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay. 275.
No, I played last. Oh, it was.
Yeah, that's just the third one.
One more year.
Or the fourth 200. Yeah, it's the
We
fourth.
did that in Texasholdem. They did like a defense game, and like whoever had the lowest one, if you get beat, they're gone. Probably
Like
like
20?
every half hour or something.
Is that?
I went to Austin 2 weeks ago for a Linkin Park concert. I played there. It's one of the nicest rooms I've ever seen.
No, you don't like that? Or anything where your head? Yeah.
Which room is the nicest?
TCH Austin.
In Austin, the
One of the nicest.
TCH Austin is really nice.
The non-casino room. This
Gotcha.
is probably the nicest to go to.
Not ever played there.
It's crazy. It's like it's like 9 times nicer than the one here. Whatever. It's like huge. And the ceilings are huge.
The lodge is.
Are we on?
It's ran down, but they actually.
Oh,
Right.
The lodge was cool.
Just couldn't handle a high fun.
6 gold.
Oh, right into that. Yeah.
6 yellow. Race 80. 1-7.
As a reminder, this is the splash pot. Finn's going to be opening up the action. A Finn's open and a tie 3-bet as well. King Jack and King 9 offsuit from tie.
Oh, try. Yeah, 6 0 and 30. So 2, 3, and 4 fold, 6 fold.
Yeah, I would say in general, for this room is nicer than that one, but the sheer size of that one.
These two, of course, with plenty of history just tonight. It'll be interesting to see how this one goes down. Finn's definitely not folding here.
Wow.
Obviously, it's not a hotel.
It's like, I think it's not good when DCH used to combine.
They don't have that many tables going, really, though, do they?
That's the also one?
Yeah.
They did when the series was going on.
I've been to the Las Colinas one a few times.
Even though it's an ace-high board,
Oh, wait an hour.
Finn's connecting with his jack.
I was there this weekend. Las Colinas.
What were you doing there?
Visiting my brother. But then playing poker Saturday night or Friday
A little
night.
bit of both.
Yeah.
350 from me.
How was the action there?
It was good. They destroyed me, but how good? I mean,
Played you back?
yeah.
That's what I always say. They destroyed me, but the action was good. I was the action.
Tie clicking it to 350,
You know, if
and
I was
Finn's will
Jack.
make the call. So far, so good for Finn's.
Left that 5-10 game, you got absolutely diced.
Both players now with some straight draws, ties up and down, of course.
She 4-bet, she 4-bet?
She destroyed everyone.
She 4-bet ripped it with like 4s and I had ace king.
Nice, alright.
Not
Obviously, you didn't win that one.
And that's pretty much it. I mean,
Yeah.
that's
Sounds like her and I would have played it pretty similarly.
4K all in and a splash pot 4s versus ace king.
Both of these players incredibly deep.
I mean, I thought I was stone dead.
Yeah.
But then she flipped over 2 4s. I'm like, what the fuck?
She's right, you would fold a lot better hands.
Tie, though, just going to be checking back his King 9. Board pairing 10 isn't going to change anything, and Finn's with the best hand here.
7?
Crazy hands, yeah.
I mean, like, yeah, that was the actual crazy one. She 4-bet, 3-4 suited. I think it was like a cold 4-bet. Anyways, we are in a 4-bet pot with 4 high.
Yeah.
And it's Finn's who's going to be leading the river here, 500.
So let's
good. She might
we get the river. I think like the flush completes. She's like river is a straight or something.
The river
Like and then she like jams like something like crazy like 2x pot.
She got called pretty quick by which.
It gets paid.
Something's wrong with my theory.
Yeah, like if she's it's a player.
And then she left, right? And another guy came. They got like double up.
Yeah. And then she hit and ran and left to go to the yellow nightly.
Yeah.
And then she left, right? Another guy came and he do the same.
She gave you enough action. It was time to get down.
I mean, Collin took all the back.
And then the guy who got third came into the game.
I had 2 pairs
At the main event.
that day and did not win.
That was a rough day for you in the office.
You can only call and fold 2 pairs so many times before you go into it.
Ty taking a long tank with this one. Aware that King High is not good, trying to find a way to see if he can make a move, but just not to be. And it's Finn's taking down another big one, including an extra 200 from the splash pot.
Alright, $300 mid game.
Finn's continuing to crush it tonight.
They're gonna start asking all the stuff people watch. 8,000 total.
What are we supposed to make you bet with the big chip?
Johnny, why do you even give it back?
Stronger or weaker when you bet with the big chip?
Why do you even give it back?
Always stronger.
Yeah.
Oh.
Always.
Live 20?
I should not be the one kneeling him that, but
Nah,
you know,
I feel like I'm gonna.
I feel like nobody said it. If somebody had to say it.
I didn't feel like counting out chips.
Oh, I do that all the time too.
I missed the reference.
I didn't know. I just was wondering why he gave his net button back ever.
Oh. Now I got it. Sorry. Didn't mean to laugh that loud.
It's just a match.
I'm one to talk, but, you know.
You lose 5 times in a stream, you take a tattoo.
Oh, thank God it wasn't on a stream then. It was 7 or 8 in one night is my record.
That's crazy.
I made money in the Nick game too.
That's the nice part about playing with the splash pots.
Yeah.
Call 88.
I think it's way better than
Graphics have not caught up to it yet, but the Nick game is back on.
Oh, the splash pots are way better.
Finn's open, it's tie, calls it.
Makes the game a lot faster.
Finn's once again with another dominating hand.
You get an extra hand of action.
Yeah. Usually all in. A lot of good options.
All of our games just finding ways to get people stacked.
This time, neither player connecting with the board.
Who suggested it?
The Finns with the superior king high here.
But he was like, we always play it this way. And we were like, all right, let's try it. Sounds good. And then,
Will continue to bet. As he does, bets big and gets the fold out of tie.
Yeah.
Your favorite hand, Dominic's my favorite hand. That's bad news. That's bad news.
Who plays it better?
My favorite, first technique.
I was confused when I saw you.
I remember the story.
Here, and then I saw your other arm. I'd never seen your other arm. I was like, man, I thought it was Dolphins all the way.
Every piece of clothing I own that's not work related is Dolphins or anything. Except underwear.
You have problems. Problem, well, it's a problem.
You should see me at the game.
Oh, you're painted, right? You said? Yeah. You do that yourself, or you get something else?
I do.
Yeah.
What about the back?
He kind of.
Back?
What about the
No,
back?
you should always paint the front, right? Nobody paints the back.
Face.
Yeah.
Growing up, Sting was my favorite wrestler, so I do the Sting face paint.
Nice. I said it like I knew who it is, but I don't.
7 and
You know who Sting is?
Oh, Sting. I thought you said wrestler, right?
Yeah, favorite wrestler.
Oh, I definitely don't. I definitely don't know Sting the wrestler.
Oh, Sting.
I went through. There was a whole journey I just took there.
I thought we could be friends. But
You said wrestler, and I was like, oh, I know Sting. Wait, no, I don't. What?
Gordon Sumner.
Yeah, he had like a face paint design, so that's what I do.
Nice.
And I sweat so bad, and it's in Miami, so I use permanent paint marker. It takes me like an hour and a half to scrub it off. But I'm on the billboard, billboards all the time in the games and on the TV.
They ought to pick it up.
I sit with all the other super fans.
So far, so normal, so standard for this hand.
Yeah, it's called the
Noah flopping a pair. Pretty big lead over Bedrock's ace high.
So, I don't know how much it would be for like a random person.
Bedrock giving it some thought though, but does make the laydown. Noah gets safe in the Nick game early this time, thankfully.
Depends on the game. Depends on who you're playing with. They're never the same price.
Put around that area or what?
Yeah, always less than
Oh, okay.
But if you go online to get them, it's
Oh,
probably
okay.
going to be
Because they want other super fans to be there too.
Yeah.
And you said you only
Yeah.
put on 2 or 3, right? So,
Yeah. I used to do season tickets. I canceled them.
too hard to get out there.
No. So it was worth it because I could sell all the ones that don't go through that. But Pkwy killed, price just skyrocketed. With the 2 or so injuries, when the Pkwy was out, it's fun.
The classic season ticket market.
8 fold,
That's 3 of them.
9 fold, 1 fold,
3 kids.
2 raise
We
6.
alternate every year. They have 135 down.
HV first in from the hijack with ace jack, makes it 60 to go. Collin's going to find ace queen suited in the big blind though and raise it up. 275, the new number.
Because that's such a high profile game, those 2 tickets take the whole season.
Which game did you say it was?
Bama or Florida.
Bama or Florida.
Yeah. Then LSU alternates it every year.
Heads up.
Yeah.
HV makes the call.
My family is from Tuscaloosa.
Gonna need some help here. He's in position.
Been to two
But
up
up against it.
games in Baton Rouge, and both of them are against Auburn.
Gut shots for both players.
Yeah.
Yeah, King 10-8, very favorable for Collin.
The first one,
And even if he c-bets, I think HV has a pretty standard call, has a gut shot to the nuts.
Unfortunately, it was in 2005 when the Astros were in the
It is a
World
favorable board for Collin's 3-betting range out of the big blind, but
So I
think HV can make the call here, evaluate a turn.
Florida game, stadiums all over the country.
Yeah, Jack is a good card to have with the 10-8 there. He could have some backdoor equity to a smaller straight as well.
Yep.
Stadium.
No, absolutely.
It's even better this
Getting
year.
an okay price.
Last offseason, they added lights around it.
Unfortunately, though, pretty poor turn for his hand. Now only drawing to that gut shot, which Collin has removal for.
Was at the LSU Bama game a few years ago when
Collin does decide to check here, giving HV room to bluff, but
Get on the field.
I'm in Alabama.
bluffing a little difficult on this board, being King 10 high.
I got Alabama.
Certainly plenty of draws available as well.
I believe it. We don't need to see it. I know what it is.
350.
I love showing that Alabama fan.
Yep. I didn't get time to say it. I was going to say I'd love to see a check raise from Collin here.
My family's had season tickets for it.
Board is just far better for his range than HV's at this point in the hand. HV betting kind of small. Collin denying equity from all the draws that HV could have taken the lead on the turn with here.
We rushed the field,
And of course, just pinning him down with his superior range.
and so the tattoo got me interviewed.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. Probably one of the best.
I think HV wanting to make this look like a decision here, but realistically speaking, it's not. And he does make the fold.
Ooh, I like it.
Bluffing with the best hand.
I wasn't surprised.
Oh, no, I wasn't surprised
I wasn't surprised. I think it was.
Or maybe he didn't think he was bluffing.
Who knows?
I thought
Sick value, Collin.
they were the worst team on throughout the game, and so he went for 2 because he was like,
Yeah, I
you know what I mean? Jane Daniels was awesome.
Mason Taylor, the one that caught it, huge Mason Taylor fan. His dad.
He was wide
Jason
open.
Taylor.
I was in that end zone. I was behind the end zone. He was wide open. I mean, you could see the whole play developing. He was like, oh, that's the game.
I hated seeing him get drafted.
10-1. Close. You're almost there. You're getting there. No,
I remember last round though.
You did.
Remember that one time?
It was a good effort. We got you talking about football.
You get an E.
That's fair.
Yeah.
3 and 4 fold.
Yeah, Jane Daniels had an unbelievable game that game. That was the first game I thought he looked like a real quarterback.
They're over the past several years, their quarterback coaches haven't gotten enough credit.
Outlaw opening this one.
He was
on the button. 10-9. Collin finding kings in the small blind. Goes with the same 3-bet size. 275.
Like the progression he made was insane.
Yep.
And then Jane Daniels.
Ty's got a nip button and one of those hands that he could potentially get out of line with.
They threw a party when he decided to
Yeah.
transfer.
650.
650.
And he does. 4-bet is 650. That'll get Outlaw out of the way.
These two are so deep with each other as well. Almost a total of 17,000 to play for. Collin is just going to make the call, but massive pot potentially brewing.
Party with him.
Wow.
What the fuck didn't you call me?
Yeah.
He was like, well, he gave us passes to the Lovers tailgate, and he was supposed to go there. So he got me.
And it's not an ace-high flop for Collin, which is good news. Tie with the ace of diamonds, so plenty of backdoor draws available, including holding that 5 in his hand, quite useful. Picks up gut shots if he sees any 4, 7, or 9 on the board.
Sounds great.
Ty coming with a C-bet. Looks like 550. And Collin now giving it some thought.
Super dynamic board as well. Plenty of reasons to want to raise with kings, but good to stay disciplined and just make the call here. Keep Ty's range as wide as possible. Try and get paid on a future street.
Ooh.
But there is the ace from space on the turn. Collin goes from crushing to crushed. Ty might even feel safe enough to check back here on this turn. He's gotten pretty much what he wants. Doesn't turn one of those high equity draws on the turn, but instead makes some clean value with his ace.
$800.
Ty going to continue here for 800.
About a third of the pot.
Collin, feeling incentivized to just call, really has under-repped his hand quite significantly so far. Unfortunately for him, it is bad news bears. I think there may be only one king left in the deck with the cards folded pre, and it's not going to come on the river.
Check, check, and a nice pot there for Ty.
I saw suited for a sec.
Sad sight for the kings, unfortunately.
That one would just be called.
Live 20.
Be a lot of unfinished business.
Adding on 5.
That'd be a lot of unfinished business.
Thanks, it.
Oh my god.
Hang on.
5K.
I just my bad, I could 6-bet jams too.
No, you're too tilted.
You didn't let me 6-bet jams.
Get it all.
I was ready to do it.
But then we go once and I lose.
No, you don't run fine.
No, this one. Too much unfinished business.
Action folding around to the cutoff. Outlaw getting a little out of line here with King 4 offsuit, raising to 60. Does have a knit button in good position. Jonathan will defend the straddle. Queen 5.
Sort of fair fight.
Two aces on board. Good news for the king high. Makes it a lot less likely that Jonathan has an ace in his hand. The C-bet will take it down.
No full equity, right?
2 and 3 fold. Fold, fold.
Folds to Outlaw again. He'll open to 35 this time with Queen 10 suited.
That's cut off only.
You tighten way up in the hijack.
Wow.
Wow.
No more. I'm on a 4 to 10s.
Can never be too careful.
And it looks like we're going to have a rematch. Jonathan in the big blind. Going to defend here with ace 6. He's got the best of it this time going in.
No more? After that?
That was a long time ago.
You're not available.
He's really got the best of it now.
Jonathan has done it again. He's flopped triple sixes. Let's see if it'll work again this time.
Sit down.
It was.
What? Really?
Literally was open.
So many seats.
Literally.
Outlaw with a couple of backdoor draws, but he's going to need a lot of help.
4 seats.
And
A lot of seats.
Jonathan not playing this one slow. Comes with the check raise right away. $30 C bet, raised to 90.
That's a public game.
That was an open.
9 of hearts one time on the turn.
We didn't know you guys were playing 5.
Just for funsies.
Just to make it an interesting one.
Like, yep, that's how
Of course.
They're trying to get me in there.
Yeah, I chased after him, but it was too fast.
I knew,
I walked out.
I knew, so I left.
Even knew you wasn't gonna sit
King of
down.
hearts, King of hearts on the turn, and ace on the river, maybe.
Uh-oh. Outlaw.
Click and a re-click here.
Raise back to 275.
Yeah, I think Outlaw, it's really the same problem that we ran into in that exact hand against HV maybe an hour or two ago, where Outlaw's not really perceiving Jonathan as having a range advantage here. Board is altogether pretty dry. Jonathan shouldn't have that many sixes. Should have at least some in his range, but obviously alarm bell is going to start to go off now that he is called. Outlaw knows that he has plenty of turns he can continue to barrel on, like the King of Hearts. That is one of them for sure. Open-ended straight draw and a flush draw now for Outlaw. King is also just a great card for his range, so it's going to be pretty tempting for Outlaw to fire a second bullet here on the turn. Check raised, or rather 3-bet as a huge bluff on the turn, but now he's picked up significantly more outs. Ace on the river would be a true pure disaster for Outlaw. Outlaw overbetting the pot in a big way. Just bets 1,000, no verbalization, so that's a full 1K bet.
Offsuit hand is so hard to play.
Yeah.
Even though Outlaw representing a ton of strength here, especially because of how big the turn is for his range, Jonathan really shouldn't be scared of anything. Outlaw will basically never be 3-betting jacks on this flop. Essentially a way to guarantee yourself nil value. In a similar vein, probably not playing ace-king offsuit this way. Maybe he can as a bluff and is connected on the turn. Only hand Jonathan can really be worried about here is exactly kings, I would have to imagine. And you're not too worried about that when you have trip sixes. Can't be scared of monsters under the bed.
And no heart or straight for Outlaw. Will he continue to blast?
I think Outlaw probably recognizes at this point. Yeah, he knows. He smiles. He knows that Jonathan's got a 6.
Ace one time, that'll be 30.
Jonathan now safe in the Nick game and picking up a nice pot there. He can't believe his luck. That's twice he's flopped triple sixes and had somebody blasting into him.
Yeah. Outlaw wisely recognizing that if Jonathan is calling the turn, he essentially has to have a 6 at least. Jonathan's probably not going to be calling him there with the jack. And Jonathan shouldn't have any cans containing a king on the turn either, so if he's only got a 6, he's probably not folding.
Right.
Sometimes you gotta just...
What if a space come? Juicy.
Definitely a spicy turn, though.
No. Oh, what's this, an ace? Black offsuit ace?
It's good effort.
That's actually the best turn you can ask for.
Yeah, it's a nutted turn.
So then I almost wanted to check it back.
Yeah.
3 and 4 fold, 5 and 6 fold.
Be a nightmare if you get jammed on or something.
This one folds all the way around to the button here. Ty will open to 60 with King 9. There is a $20 straddle on. HV in that straddle has a knit button and 9-7. He'll come along. Gonna be way behind here, or if Ty having a 9 kicker.
You'll learn, Johnny.
Gut shot for Ty. King high still good. He'll see bet 60.
Don't share his exploit like
Take it down right there.
You see the block, he's like, all right, guess he gets it.
This is not a thing.
3 players with knit buttons now. HV, Bedrock, and Tisch Money all in a row.
Heads up specialist Tisch Money, one step closer to the ultimate dream, which is stacking somebody heads up in the knit game.
No. I just read you. That's why I can't read on God.
Yeah, he figured out what was
Yeah.
I'm not stuck, so I can't work.
We're working on that.
Oh yeah. One top. Maybe.
If anybody's gonna get the Johnny Bells.
I don't think I've had 6s today.
You've had a lot of
I have
6s,
had, yeah.
but not in 6s. You've had a generic amount of 6s.
3 folds, 4 folds, 5 and 6 folds.
Surprised A6 isn't re-raising a turn.
7-4 in the muck. Action folding around to the cutoff. Bolts to the button, actually. Jonathan will raise it to 35. Ace-4 for him.
Here's my stack.
HV in the big blind. He's got 7-4. He clicks it back. 350 or 150 is the 3-bet. Let's go.
Jonathan defending with the slightly better 4, but 7's always coming. Or something like that.
We hope.
No, he's at no luck.
That's basically a straight.
Pretty much there. 80% of the way there. 1 card to come.
I mean, it's a good one.
Is it?
The 5K, 1 mil.
C-bet of 125 from HV.
Yeah, Jonathan's got
They're all good ones to win.
nothing at all on this board.
7-4 gets there.
You have to travel that far.
4-7 got there.
Disappointed head shake from Tisch.
You have to travel.
You did that purely for
I
the.
don't know. Somebody had
That's
said
an advanced play. He'll get it one of these days.
Win them all, but you can only win dailies.
it adds up.
You can learn about more plays like that on Octopi Poker.
I feel like if I knew I was going to win all
Wrong
of them,
time for a
I'd have a pretty
sponsorship.
good life.
That's right. It's never the wrong time to take a look at Octopi. It probably won't tell you to raise with 7-4 out of the big blind.
It's even more advanced than the solvers.
That's right. It's an exploitive play.
Of course, yeah.
What was first? $800.
So when are you releasing your coaching course, Stan?
I mean, this is it. You're listening.
Oh, okay, nice.
You can go ahead and Venmo me however much you think it's worth.
Left 20.
People are going to request hundreds of dollars from you rather than send you any money.
Well, they can get it every time I raise with 7-4. Ty was 7-6 this time. He's going to raise it. 7-6 of hearts, good enough for a $60 raise.
Thanks, Noah.
Jonathan with Jack 10 right behind him, going big. 2-10.
I don't really know Sting either. I just know.
Yeah, nice 3-bet here for him. Even going to force the Ace-Jack offsuit of Tisch Money to fold.
Yeah, you definitely heard this.
Unlucky for him. Jonathan's starting to wake up now that he's built a deeper stack and can more comfortably tango with some of these monster stacks at the table.
8 and 9.
Doesn't have to play as linear of a strategy with his stack depth.
I mean, only when they're pulling me up for me.
7-6 connects.
And even then, sometimes I don't
Yeah,
listen.
Ty with middle pair and lots of backdoor draws, basically never going to be folding the turn.
The sing song, Richard?
When I say lots of backdoor draws, I'm really not sure what I'm talking about. No 2 cards can give Ty a straight, but he does have middle pair. But 2 or 3, that would be different.
He's got a quad draw.
Yeah, quad draw, full house draw.
See, I'm not a big fan of his solo stuff. I loved the police, but he got too jazzy and cutesy.
I'm talking about a jet.
Yeah.
Ty making
I
the
figured
smooth
if you were
call.
talking about it, it was probably a jazz.
I'm drawing dead for that one, too.
How old are you?
30.
Did you watch wrestling growing up?
No.
What kind of childhood is that?
No help to either player on the turn. It goes check, check. Ty's going to be feeling really good about his hand now until an ace on the river. He may be worried Jonathan has one of those, and it's going to be a good card for Jonathan to represent.
Yeah, I would expect Jonathan to be bluffing here essentially every time.
Wrestling.
Very unlikely that he's going to be checking back jack high. Can't ever be checking back a hand this weak at this point in the hand. And he's going to go big, as he should.
Yeah, looks like 650. There's 765 in the middle. And it's going to work. Well played by the young gun. Got some chips to play with, as you said, and now he's got some more of them. Summer Poker Open coming up in August. Put those dates in your calendar, 13th to the 25th. We'll have a 1 million guaranteed main event and a whole lot more. Details will be coming soon. Follow us on social media to get all that information, or check out our website at championsclubtexas.com. While you're there, you can book a room because we're the only poker club in the entire state of Texas with a hotel on site.
Did Ty be doing a pot too? I just had $10.
You come stay here with Fins and make yourself $12,000. It's easy. Just ask him.
I'm adding on 100.
Yeah, get him, Richard.
Vince might not be willing to give up his secrets so easily, though.
He's riding the roller coaster.
You'll have to sit down on the table with him to find out.
That's right. He definitely came to play. Monday, won over 20,000. Tuesday, lost over 10,000. Wednesday, right now, up over 12,000. Fun stuff.
I don't know how much you have for.
7.
It's time.
Hello, Bomb Pot. Probably the last one of the night. We have 1 hour left of the stream. If you're out there watching this and enjoying yourself, please give us a like and a subscribe if you haven't already done so. Really helps us out with our algorithm, and you'll get more great poker content in your feed.
Stuff like 4. If I like 4, I'll outlaw stuff a little bit.
Jonathan crushed the last PLO Bomb Pot. Great play. Got him the whole pot when he was only supposed to get half of it. Let's see how this one goes.
Yeah, I love me some PLO double board bomb pots. There's a lot of value to be had in those, I feel like.
I think maybe I need to stop.
Ooh, Collin's got most of the aces in his hand already.
Tragedy to peel the first 2 and see aces and then see the third accompanying it.
Right.
I've actually had that happen to me distinctly on multiple occasions where I peel aces and I'm like, oh, awesome, let's go. And then I peel another one because I forget it's the PLO button. And I'm like, oh, dang. And I peel the third one and I'm like, well, that sucks.
Pretty good flops for Fins here. He's open-ended on the top board and has top pair. On the bottom board, he's got 2 pairs and a gut shot, so lots of potential.
He's just going to go to apply max pressure. Collin showing off the ace, 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 ace. Not enough.
There's all the aces.
Yeah, that's going to make it hard for Fins to make Broadway.
Yeah. I think Fins will take this result.
Yeah.
Certainly a lot better than the last bomb pot.
Pot it and take it.
That should be the high end promo.
Quad aces?
Quad ace in your hand?
I had the 4th ace. We could have traded.
Yeah.
You should add that to your side.
I'd have loved to add that 5.
Like a 1K bonus if you had.
I had 3, 7, and a 6 earlier. That's almost like a quad ace.
I had 3.
7.
I actually was suited still. Ace 5, ace, ace.
Bedrock and Tisch Money heads up in the Nick game in the small and big blind right now. $20 straddle from Outlaw. Playing a little defense.
You're out of
That's a first draw. You okay? Well, not first draw. I mean, not first blocker. It's safe.
Whoa, 7-4
I've seen your work.
in the muck.
Lots of 7s, lots of 4s folded this hand. Disgraceful.
Bro, between Monday and today, I haven't win one.
That means they're more likely to make a straight. Jonathan opening for 50 with Jack-9 suited, and Bedrock is going to go pretty large here out of the small blind with King-Queen. Try to end this nit game. Unfortunately for him, Tisch Money looking down at Ace-Jack.
Tisch passed on this spot 1 hand ago where he had Ace-Jack in the big blind. Is just going to lay the law down think realizing Jonathan has continued to open his range up ever since he gained more.
And Bedrock jams and takes in Tisch money.
What's that?
Seeing the bad news, and he has to pay the price as well.
Painful, painful Bedrock just with the fearless shove.
That's right.
Oh man, I love it.
It pushed it right over the edge mathematically.
No choice.
Definitely using his image to his advantage.
Yeah.
Bedrock not coming with a 4-bet very often. And Tisch money, you're going to have to pay this $300 splash. And loses 700 on the 3-bet.
Killer stuff from Bedrock here.
4K that was that, though.
So that's what I'm saying.
What
If he would have had 4K, I wouldn't have.
That's only played with like 4 or 5 times. He didn't see more than 60.
No, I'm not on.
I always would have
Very
60.
good.
That's a good guess. That's a good guess.
It's okay. It was going to come.
Multiple straddles on here for this splash pot. We got a 20, a 40, and an 80. And Jonathan looking down at ace queen with all that dead money out there.
He's going to limp.
Just going to limp.
Beautiful. I love it.
HV will not be limping. Ace jack raising to 350, which with all that dead money out there is not really that big of a raise. And Tisch money jamming it into the middle with a pair of 7s.
I know it's awful for Jonathan, but did we limp to fold? I guess the answer is yes against this action from Tisch money.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he was planning on limping and jamming to a regular raise, but with a $3,400 raise.
Oh, nasty for sure, but this is the kind of hand that you kind of want to have in these splash pots when people are just jamming to try and take down all the dead money in the middle. And it is just a flip, but I'm going to be really interested to see what happens here. If Jonathan calls, HV snap folds, and I still think if Jonathan folds, HV will also fold. So this should get through most of the time for Tisch, but he calls. Jonathan calls for the flip. HV can't call now, that's for sure.
Yeah, the single chip call from Jonathan, and HV's got to know his ace is dominated by one of these guys.
Yeah, Tisch not happy with that result. Wanted to take it down pre, not interested in really flipping for all of it, but this is how sessions are made for both of these players. Someone's going to be up big or stuck big after this hand.
And Jonathan probably not feeling great now, seeing HV tank there. He knows that one of the aces is dead, and Tisch money says we're ripping it.
One time announced. Tisch flipping and ahead.
I jam first, so I'm going to fast roll.
So far, so good for the 7s.
Gotta win your flip.
Cards are on their backs.
Do you want me to root for you? I can if you need me to.
What?
Do you want me to root for you?
Please, I need it.
Holy shit.
Just needs to fade an ace or queen, and does. Big double up for Tisch money.
You got in there?
Ace jack.
Ty not loving that. He folded 6-9 of hearts. He thought about it for a second too. That's going to put Tisch money in the green. Was stuck deep before that one, now up $300. And that's going to move Jonathan down, stuck 2,200. Finns still dominating, up on top, 12,000 in the green. Bedrock up 38. Noah also in the green. Everybody that's down is down multiple $1,000s.
We're missing one. Who has 2? Tisch has 2.
Yeah, I need to pass my back.
Oh, man, come on. Play long enough.
Jonathan's good night, unfortunately erased with that one hand. Still has plenty of chips in front of him, though. Looks like he did add back on after that pot as well.
He is just to always say it. If I would have jammed king somehow pre-flop against die, I was going to say, you got it, you got it.
And somehow I will win like 5K more?
Yeah.
I mean, no, if you jam, I have to fold. Like,
Induce.
Induce.
I wouldn't have. Yeah, I would have.
Then I could have.
Rip it in. You got it. You would have said it then.
And
then I win. I maybe have to fold.
So new knit game on, probably the last one of the night. HV opening this one with King 10, hijack. Tisch money doesn't want to be heads up this time. He's going to call with 6s on the button.
see a flop for 2-3 then.
Tie with King 10 as well. He'll make the call. Out of the straddle. Three players.
Tell me that first before.
Tisch Money in good shape here with the other two guys having the same cards.
It's on me.
And a pretty favorable flop for the sixes.
Huh?
You don't like to see a queen out there when you have two opponents, though.
All right. Well, that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, any over is going to be unfortunate when you have these low middling pocket pairs.
Sounds like a game plan.
But it's not a bad flop, certainly. Looks like it went bet by Tisch Money, and then a call from HV.
Oh, what?
I saw River get this guy on a podcast. He was explaining to my whole job is to get
7 clubs, another decent card, but Tisch is probably not feeling as good about his hand with HV making that call. And it looks like
So
HV is
his
going to
job
lead
is
into him now.
He dedicates his night. He goes, I dedicate.
Interesting.
Yeah, interesting line indeed. 425.
You see Tisch cocking his head, trying to think through and evaluate what's really going on here. What class of hand would HV have that wants to lead this turn necessarily?
They're not going home.
Not really sure if many queens would want to lead this turn. Does improve with some club draws on the turn that might want to take the lead. Maybe. Tisch doesn't have a club. Tisch has removal to some strange straight draws that might have led the turn as well.
Yeah, see,
Really hard to make sense of this line, unless HV maybe flops something like exactly bottom set, and is now leading the turn for value.
You seen the movie Another
But it is definitely suspicious, and Tisch is picking up on that. Can't call with a hand like third pair, though, and HV will just show the bluff.
About with a famous actor, which is why I know about it.
Barreling
About,
2 cards now.
Like 4
That's literally what
friends
you're doing.
that are fed up with their lives
Barreling
and decide they're
any
going
two
to maintain like a .08 or .05 blood alcohol level. They're like the whole day, all day, every day. .05.
Didn't think we were doing that.
You got it.
At least a .05 all day. That's what the movie's about.
.05 is not drunk, right?
No, I think it's just under drunk.
Yeah, yeah.
Barreling into 2.
I've been told.
.08 is drunk.
Yeah, I've been told it's a good movie and I should check it out.
What movie?
It's called Another Round.
I got a DWI when I was in college, and I blew a 2.2. It was bad. Bad juju. Bad juju.
$40 straddle is on from Jonathan. Noah bumping it up to 100.
For the UT hospital.
Getting called in position by better spades. Outlaw in there. Ooh, fins. 7-4 suited.
Yeah.
What was it?
I think it was like a 2.4, 2.8, something like that.
I
got you.
There we go, Fins, getting in there.
Just calling.
Defending it with honor.
0.4 is pretty much gone.
Yeah.
60.
Let's go clubs.
66.
Might see some spades this hand. Well, we do see one.
Kind of pissed off that he's bluffing your King 10 there.
No pair, nowhere. Outlaw's king high.
Nice hand.
Best of it right now. Checks to him, and he's reaching for chips.
A lot of good turns.
Suppose.
Like the set.
Yeah, I like that one.
He had a plug.
Can we see another crazy Fins check raise?
I'd love it.
Look, he's a wedding musician, man. Said anything.
But what does he get called by here if he check raises? Nothing, right?
Well, that's what you want when you have
This is-
7-4.
This is just prime time for it then, huh? Go Fins. Go Fins.
Like it. Min click.
The weapon has been deployed. Outlaw knows he has the backdoor nut flush draw. With the ace of spades being on the board.
Backdoor wheel draw.
So, your friend.
Fins also with the backdoor wheel draw of his own, but
Oh, I love this.
doesn't matter.
Talk to him about all this stuff. About
Bang, he says.
7-4 gets there.
Laying down the law, says Fins.
He left 2 days before the Indian tour.
You are my favorite, Fins.
And
my buddy was still, one of our friends, his family's from Mumbai. He was in Mumbai. And it took him like 20 hours to get home because obviously they closed the Pakistani airspace.
Yeah, it's gonna. I mean, that's potentially going to be bad.
Really bad. It's going to get really bad. I mean, India already bombed Pakistan. Pakistan
You're right.
Has already said they're going to retaliate. They declared an act of war. It's bad.
Folds around to the button. And Collin.
King Kong.
Just calling, I believe. Nope, 75. I thought I saw one chip getting thrown out there, but he's definitely not going to get credit for kings on the button. I guess calling on the button would be more suspect for a player like Collin. Ty and Jonathan each having an ace in their hand, and the big blind and straddle will defend. And an ace finds the board. But Collin with the royal flush draw.
I was going to say I like Collin's chances of not getting outflopped this hand, but I guess I'm wrong. But he's the favorite, and by a pretty significant margin. He's got the only club in the hand as well.
Yeah. Nut flush draw, gut shot straight draw, up against two weak aces. He has lots of ways to win this one, including just betting them off their hand.
Thinks Broadway here.
That's one way to do it.
Ty, not going to be winning this hand. I can tell you that much. I see a little 2% next to the name. I would be quite sad for Collin if the Case King comes out. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, it's 2% to chop.
2% to chop the pot, and that's it. Collin's got this board so locked up that the small size here makes some sense. Not very realistic to get called by much.
Yeah, he can only hope that Ty has the 10 of clubs.
Yeah. Or hope that Ty has an evil plan on the river.
Right. Well, we've seen that before.
Well, Ty's fake 2 pair just got there, so let's see let's see how we do on this river. Wonder if Ty considers leading here. Nope, does just decide to check. Collin, of course, can't do that. And since he's got the board so crushed, I like another small bet. I know that these players do tend to fancy the bigger sizings, making things look like bluffs as often as possible, but...
I mean, there is a world in which Ty has a small flush and wins this hand.
Yeah, I mean, I like the medium to small sizes just to kind of assure you get value from certain hands you're targeting, like an ace or something of that sort. Ty doing a club check right now.
We know he's not thinking about calling. Got to be a raise or a fold, right?
Not necessarily. If he wants
a hero call with an ace.
Yeah, if he wants to keep Collin super honest, he can just call here. Not completely out of the question. Collin did open on the dealer button, so it is possible that his range is pretty wide, but Ty does just make the laydown.
What's his time?
King Kong. Take another look at the numbers. PFR chart showing a very active table. Half the table above 20%, raising when entering the pot. Still have 6 players left in the Nick game, final Nick game of the night, and the numbers are still in the favor of Finns. Up over 12,000. Bedrock up about 38. Noah in the green, 610. Everyone else in the red. Tisch money about even. Everybody else down multiple $1,000s. It's been a pretty wild game, and a lot of players stuck pretty deep. We might see some crazy action here this last hour of the stream. Got about 45 minutes left. Outlaw ace wheel opening from middle position. Hijack makes it 60 bucks. And Finn's with the suited connector on the button will definitely come along.
Ty with the superior suit out of the small blind, though. Probably going to tag along as well.
I have no flop on me.
Lots of hearts accounted for as Noah comes in from the straddle with King 9. King of hearts in his hand.
Pretty hard to see hearts on this board. And we don't, unsurprisingly.
Top pair for 2 players. Noah with King.
Yeah, it's going to be a chop between Ty and Outlaw most of the time here. Given the very high nature of the board, they're going to need to pair their bottom card if they want to outright win this pot, most likely.
Outlaw being the opener and continuing on this one gets Ty to fold that other ace.
And because Noah called... Oh wow. Binks the king on the turn. Fantastic for him.
And both of the other aces are in the muck, so it says 5% there, but Outlaw is basically drawing dead.
I'll be at either side, I don't mind. I think.
Noah knuckles the table, but does have the best hand while doing it.
Hit a bad beat. If we hit a bad beat for even for a week.
I think it's been a bad week.
I beat one ace as one, I can beat it again. I don't know when, but probably somehow in the future.
You feel like yeah, we'll bad beat as soon as he remembers to put out a name.
They thought it was on me. Remember that one?
20 straddle is on.
You were locked in, yeah.
Because I was thinking about it.
It is the last hour of the stream, so multiple straddles are allowed. Haven't seen a whole lot of that.
At the dock.
Oh, really?
They have like a small deck. Yeah. I won like 2,000.
Better than nothing.
1,000 or 2,000.
Action folding all the way around to the button. Ty's got a king. He's going to raise. 60 bucks. HV with a slightly better king makes the call. Another hand that'll probably be a chop a lot of the time if it gets there.
I heard about that. Yeah, the guy hit one aces, I hit a straight flush of the river.
HV with the king of spades
Yeah, really, I have never
keeps the advantage.
all my life.
Check, check. And hits his kicker. Now he's got a lock on it.
Oh.
I had a straight flush.
One of those hungry horse poker things showed up on my story, and I watched. It was the guy who came here. What was his name?
Oh yeah, I saw that one too.
He very casually mentioned that he lost straight flush versus flush after street.
You hate to see it.
Yeah.
7-4 gets there, but king 4 will take this pot.
The best part about this hand history is that Andrew was racking up his chips and literally saying out loud, "I don't want to be in this hand," as he was stacking them. Because like Andrew's like literally gonna go, and it was like his last hand. He's like, oh, "I guess I gotta call," and then the turn hits the flush, and he checks the guy past.
Check, check, and HV will take this one.
Yeah.
You remember straight flush or you turned?
He turned the straight flush.
Ty had a chance to steal there, I think.
Tommy didn't snap him, but
Yeah, doesn't choose to get aggressive, probably thinking HV might overcall in that spot.
no, he didn't.
He's in the middle. If you're in the middle racking up, you can leave.
Andrew had a straight flush versus.
Guess if you announce it.
Did Andrew have the straight flush, or did he have the other?
I had the flush, straight flush.
Okay.
Andrew's the goat. He would have folded.
Andrew had one of those hands over at Jerry's. It was aces against kings against queens against ace king, and everybody was all in, and he had the aces.
Wow.
You know, they held up.
That's the key. That's
Yeah.
The whole time he was complaining in the hand, he laughed out. He didn't want to play the hand.
Yeah, exactly.
It was like kind of funny. It was like, yeah.
But and he was also, it was, you know, he was on the button, so it was, you know, all the action worked out just perfect
Everyone's
for
like
him.
jamming into him.
Yeah, exactly.
So he didn't want to play the hand, and then he deal had deal in?
Yeah, it was like his last hand, and then like I was joking with him mid hand because like he was trying to leave or whatever. And I was like, you don't want to be here, right? He's like, nope, don't want to be here. It's so funny.
A little bit of fast firing action here. 3-bet from Noah takes down the pot.
Didn't want to interrupt that great story.
Yeah. Shout out, of course, to Tommy from Hungry Horse Poker. Hope to see him back here sometime soon.
Having one with a good hand?
Can I take it?
Yeah, he's a fun guy and makes great vlogs if you want to check those out. Hungry Horse Poker.
If that's the goal, then yeah, probably it's one of the better ways.
Second pair, not flush draw? Not that good.
When you're thinking about checking back river, you know you're
Not when someone can talk here.
I mean, he has enough flush draw.
Little less than 2.
Still has a lead race.
never folded ace.
I mean, it's really easy to hit. You did it twice. How hard can it be?
Did that?
Never has a set.
I have like
Ace 5?
35
Twice?
or 100
He didn't
maybe.
flip the set.
No, but I didn't hit the flip draw.
Jonathan raising this one to 100. Outlaw defending the straddle. $40 straddle with ace deuce. Both players connecting here.
No doubting that.
Better kicker for Jonathan.
It's by the hand today.
Ace 5 has done some work.
We have to bring the ace 5 back.
Yeah, we need to bring ace 5 back, then we need to bring Ethan back.
We can't just leave the ace 5 out the, you know.
The kids saw Ethan die a glorious death, and they were like, this is the last time we're going.
C-bet of 80 is called.
You know, the more I see the bullshit, I'm like, yeah, Ethan's jam probably wasn't too bad.
Wheel possibilities now for Outlaw.
We played on Monday, like 3 Mondays ago or something like that. The poor kid could not win it all in.
That's funny I'll mention that because the one time I jammed ace 5 against Ethan, he had aces.
That's what happened. It turns out that's what happened to Ethan, too.
You're supposed to let him jam the ace 5.
These kids, they just can't help themselves.
Jonathan overbetting the pot. 500 into 4.
First time he actually had a hand.
Ever.
Ever in his whole life.
There was a hand, you know, in the last week during the 5-day high roller when he played, and he opened and then but he opened early position button 3-bet, small by 4-bet. I was in the hand and he folded. I almost slip out.
Outlaw does make the call.
Because he
Looking for a 3 or a 2.
Instead, it's a 6.
Yeah, no good.
I think Jonathan may have gotten max value on the turn from most of Outlaw's range.
Not like his memo every time it's getting 3-bet and 4-bet.
Wonder what he would be targeting here on the river, especially with the 6 of diamonds.
Not
Flush
a
draws did just get there.
How did you do in the tournament?
Front door flush draw at that.
Not so good.
Yeah, mid card.
Already losing to various combos of 2 pair as well, so I think this is a pretty clear-cut check back. But we'll see how Jonathan chooses to play it.
Sounded like
I lived and I only found that.
I really did want to
It's
it's funny because he said not to me when I said to me.
Doesn't think so though. Goes 1100.
And he says,
Never go back there again.
I said, do you want to come? And I said, is Ty going to be there? He says, yes. And I'm like, all right, I'll come. He'll come one. Here.
Oh, today?
Me and you, yeah.
Oh.
And he probably asked the same thing.
Pretty brave bet here, unblocking diamonds with Outlaw calling the whole way.
Yeah.
Not afraid of that front door diamond draw getting there, I guess.
Yeah, this is some... I've made the comment already tonight, but this is some razor thin value. Especially if he manages to get it, too.
It's okay.
Flush completes on the river. Yeah, I don't think Outlaw really can ever pay him off with his exact hand. Kind of a bit of a value bluff on the river there, but it works out just fine. Had the best hand the whole way.
Nicely done.
Forever.
The game was surprisingly
You guys, we got 30 minutes.
Be interested to see his thoughts on that one.
30-minute
Actually,
countdown.
wasn't that bad.
Okay.
Definitely got the absolute maximum from Ace Deuce. Love the overbet on the turn.
4-nit buttons? 4-nit buttons.
Don't worry, Ty.
$40 straddle, $80 straddle, 160. Let's go.
Jonathan probably not doing the 320, if I had to guess.
How many meters do I have?
You don't want to do 51?
I do not. Capping out at a measly 40.
All these better than half the table.
Yeah, at some point.
Lots of dead money out there. Last time we saw this, Jonathan had a pretty nice hand. This time, obviously not. Going into the muck. HV on the button, reaching for chips, though. Raising to 400. He does have the ace-queen. I think that's what Jonathan had last time all that dead money was out there.
I know, but it's...
Looks like Bedrock's got a hand if he's thinking. He's got king 10.
Kind of a good hand.
Does choose to let it go.
Yeah.
When the 160 is on, it's like...
A good hand, not a great hand.
I'm going to be playing it out of
I'm fairly certain Ty's going to be defending this with any two. So,
We're just playing to
all right, Ty, it's on you.
Shorten those blinds. Haley's gonna run us over.
Those are two cards we're going to be defending.
Yeah.
What if you win all your hands with just the 10? And then like...
Lots of possibilities with the Jack-8.
Like that.
Say you just flop a straight. That's a good way to go.
Pretty nice. HV also flopping top with the queen of diamonds. What could go wrong? Apparently nothing. Check, check.
Check, check. And another queen. Oh. There will be blood.
Oh, man. Poker's a funny game in a not-so-funny way sometimes. Pretty cruel turn for HV. He's not going to be concerned about anything, given that it went check, check, or at least not super concerned. Board is, you know, pretty okay for Ty's range. Ty could have plenty of lower cards than that.
And look at this. Ty going 1,100 into 965.
Missed value on the flop, no problem. Your opponent will turn trips on the turn. Flawless plan.
Definitely helps a little bit.
I mean, HV's got no choice here but to call. Underrepresented his hand on the flop massively. Gets there on the turn in a pretty huge way. Already crushed against King Jack and Jack 8. Of course, if Ty somehow has a boat, but that's nearly impossible given the action pre-flop. Maybe the only boats Ty could have at present would be hands like Queen 9 offsuit, Queen 10 offsuit, that sort of thing.
So just call here, and then the rest of the stack likely to go in, depending on what this river is. That might save him.
It does complete the front door flush, and I'm sure Ty is also aware of this factor as well, but all in all, definitely not the worst river card Ty could have seen. Certainly would have been disgruntled if the board paired a second time, perhaps. But it's trips versus the flopped joint here. So Ty no longer has the nuts, or even close to it. I wouldn't really expect to see him jam for HV's whole stack, but I would like to see a chunky value bet here. In terms of sizing, I think makes the most sense to go something like maybe 2,400, close to 70-75% pot.
200K, like, you know, maybe you should play something.
I like the idea of just flattening it out. And then
Targeting hands containing a queen, targeting aces, kings.
Goes 2,000.
Yeah. Snap call from HV, and it's going to see the bad news.
5 in a row.
Almost caught us with 4 deuce of diamonds. And I would have saw it.
What a play by Ty. Checking that flop got him paid big time. Almost 7,000 in that pot. And it's been a rough night for HV.
Okay, we got it.
And so I had King 10 offsuit, which I might have played somewhere else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't.
Never easy. Give the diamond.
Ace queen.
Yeah.
King, queen,
Ace queen.
80.
40 straddle on, 80 straddle on.
Queen or diamond?
What's he gonna do?
Ty saying, I like it. Let's do it again.
Before the real, I was there.
HV with the draggers this time. He's going to raise it again. 200. Suited ace for Bedrock on the button. Gonna click it. Looks like 550.
Play that you added on earlier.
Let me see it stack.
Yeah. I have. Yeah. This is right.
And in between a raise and a 3-bet, Ty will get out of the way with the ace-6. Action folding back to HV.
Yeah, pretty large 3-bet sizing as well here. HV kind of handcuffed. All in or fold is most likely at this point.
The second you jam is turn in.
Yeah, you're not going to like any flops.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have the... I mean, HV's not necessarily deep enough to set mine. The SPR here, just above 1. That, I mean, that's a perfect flop for Bedrock. Flopping the nut flush draw. Just decides to get it all over with right now. Put it all in there.
Yeah, really tough spot for HV. Big chunk of his chips already in the middle.
Not even close, right?
Probably tilting a little bit from the trip queens 1 hand ago.
Also the history of playing a huge pot against Bedrock earlier tonight, losing aces versus kings. Multiple factors at play that might lead to a crying call here. Bedrock, of course, with plenty of outs, actually the favorite on this flop to the under pair of 3s.
That was a good one.
I think you can see river and lost. What else?
Not too bad.
3-bet. Oh, well, he's fucking 4-bet. I get clown.
Hey, I'm playing my last.
Bedrock also with a nip button in play here.
Kings versus ace on well. Can't win that hand though.
No.
Kings on the monotone board.
I guess big, but they play a win and you win, so it's even. You lost one, win one, not even.
I think I hate my I should just jam. Alright, me. I'm really deep with that.
All things considered, 10-7-7's just not that bad of a flop for 3s. Plenty of draws available, although Bedrock's probably not 3-betting with the draws that would connect here, like Jack 9, Jack 8, etc.
Yeah, well, they run out.
Yeah, Jack.
HV asking for a rabbit hunt. Oh, it was a 3 on the river.
And then the 4 deuce close.
I'm not sure. He's something on that filter.
You and adding on 6.
Well, no lack of action here for the last part of the stream. We're down to, I believe they gave the 30-minute warning a couple hands ago.
About 6 hands left at this point, something close to that, 6-7 hands.
Wow, no, sorry guys.
$40 straddle is on. We still have 2 players in the Nick game as well. Tisch Money and Outlaw with buttons.
So many straddles on, just grip and rip at that point.
Yeah, we've got just about a full orbit left. I believe we have 7, 8 hands to go. 7, I think.
Folds through to the button. Tisch Money with a suited jack and a nit button. Decides not to go for it here.
Survive the most important hand, kid.
Easy fold for Outlaw, not having to defend against
What do you want?
the other nit. Fins gets in there though. Jack 4
He's gonna raise 100%.
in the straddle. Tie in the big straddle, raises it, makes it 240 with 7-6 suited. And Fins doesn't give it much thought before throwing in another 200.
Mm-hmm.
Jack high still good. Actually connects here with bottom pair and improves. But Ty's going to keep his foot on the gas.
I'll just watch this instead.
It's really good.
275. Quickly called by Fins.
It's really good.
Aim to play.
I was just trying
Oh, wow.
You didn't like it?
Didn't need it, but he got it.
Pretty cool.
Ty, I'm not going to be winning this spot either.
Yeah, I think that was part of the
Fins has been crushing
I feel like that was like
I heard nothing.
one door over all night.
I
That
don't
is
even
set to
think of it as a
continue.
horror film. It's like it's more of an alligator.
He is going to raise here. Unfortunately, not going to be getting value this time.
We're all about to die. One. And insist. I did not like the
Fins
guy.
hoping that Ty had an ace or a king, but obviously no dice this time.
Fucking, I'm looking. What are we looking at here? Oh.
Get it?
Oh my god.
Come on, you gotta show the other fucked up card. To be fair, the show one is always nutted though.
It insists upon itself.
If you show the other one, you just show the kicker.
The funny thing is Ty saw the other one too. I mean,
Ty saw both.
He turned over the jack first, looking for the 4. Ty knows he had 7 highs, so.
So when you were watching the first part of it, you had to think it was something else entirely, or did you know that it would go in? Because it really does start as one thing. He's awesome in there because you really think it's 2 different people.
Great, yeah. But it was just too much for me. I would recommend, like, you know, it's just not for me, is what I was saying.
Right. You know, it's funny, while I was watching it, I was thinking, this isn't for Collin.
40 straddle is on, folds around to Outlaw on the button. Got a knit button as well, and ace jack, raising it up to 110.
More of a drama, though.
And it's Jonathan with the jack 4 this time in the $40 straddle. Will he play it like Finn's? Let's see. Makes the call.
Paid 300 last. That's right.
Some backdoor opportunities for Jonathan, but unlikely to continue here. C-bet of 125 will get it done, and knit game over.
Tisch gonna have to pay out the final knit tax of the night.
3 1/4 this time will be the splash pot.
5 hands left, Joe.
This is usually the point in the evening where Tisch money gets aces and is allowed to limp in the splash pot.
And that was your 5-hand warning. Also 5 hands left.
Can we get a knit game in 5 hands?
The button will end on Noah, I believe.
If I don't say something, these sickles will come up with some way to...
Squid game. I know.
I have to object now before they get their juices.
Thank you. I was setting that up just for you. Knock it out. Perfect.
Noah objecting to a 5-hand knit game. Well, don't invite that guy back. Oh. Just kidding. 325 dead in the middle. HV with an ace. He'll make the call. $20 straddle on.
200.
Small raise from Collin to 200. Queen 10 on the dealer button. Spins, making it a little bit larger. 550. Ace jack out of position.
Yeah, Finn's finding the knit game premium, but Collin with the power of position is going to make the call.
I'll look for a large c-bet from Finn's.
It's going to be easy to do that when you flop top on this board. Collin, of course, with a gut shot to the nuts. And did Finn's just drop a yellow bird in? I think he just did.
He did.
He just dropped 1K. Finn's and the pot size c-bet, tale as old as time. Collin's going to call. He's looking to get lucky in overtime here.
He's probably hoping that backdoor heart draw is good too, but it doesn't matter. He takes the lead with a queen on the turn.
Yeah, calls the huge bet and gets rewarded in a big way. Finn's, of course, getting called in this situation, and Collin is pretty deep as well.
Yeah. Finn's sizing down a bit here now, going about a little over a third of the pot, 1,500.
Yeah, it was actually about half on the turn. Collin has improved, though. Finn's can still retake the lead with any ace, any jack. Instead, it is the King of Hearts, which is a bit of an action-killing card for everyone involved. If Finn's wants to make the Hail Mary bluff, this is the card to do it, for sure.
He does have the Ace of Hearts.
He's got the Ace of Hearts in his hand. He's got removal to Ace 10, so does Collin. But Finn's, of course, with a huge range advantage, given the action pre-flop, decided not to limp it in, but instead to bump it up. And if Finn's thinks his jack is no good, now would be the time to pull the trigger in a big way. Gonna have to be all in, I think, if he wants Collin to have any chance of folding.
Goes with another value size, though. 3,500. About half the pot when you include the splash money.
Does Collin have a pink chip under his stack?
I believe so.
Okay.
Pink chips worth 5K each. I think his stack is off in the graphics, though. Looks more like 7,500, 7,600 than 9,000.
This would be a huge hero call if Collin can make it just with a pair of queens on this board. Front door hearts made it. He does have the queen of hearts. It does have a 10, so he has removal to both made straights right now, and ace 10 and 10-9. So he's got a good bluff catcher. I mean, realistically speaking, if he's going to catch a bluff, in theory, this is the hand to do it with. Now, in practice, this is not a spot that's bluffed that often. But he does. He makes the call.
And just like that, Collin's going to be on top of the leaderboard after that massive hand. Almost 20,000 in his stack, almost 13,000 in this pot.
Wow.
What a hero call from Collin. Huge hand.
Wow. Look at the table. Just what?
What a sick call.
Good bluff, too.
Yeah, I mean, like.
And it's run through my mind. I was like, well, king 9. I know. The counterpoint was my turn. And 9. Wow.
Well played all around.
Yeah, what a call from Collin. Incredible work.
In the 10 for, 2 at a time.
Play of the night so far, for sure.
Gotta admire Fins for going for it. I wonder if he had gone all in, if it would have gone a little bit differently, but I mean, it doesn't matter. That was a huge bet and a huge call.
Mm-hmm.
For the week? Not a chance. For today. Oh, sure.
40 straddle on. I believe Collin opened that one to 100 with King Jack suited. Fins makes the call. So we're going to have a rematch, but it won't be as big of a pot.
Well, hopefully not.
It can't be. Fins doesn't have that much in his hand anymore, or in his stack anymore.
That's true. All spades on the flop, no spades anywhere.
7-4 would have been good enough with the 5 on the turn, but bet and take it for Collin. Still reeling from that.
Yeah.
Pot of the night.
A pretty sick call from Collin for sure.
Yeah. Collin opening another one. King, queen. And he's got Fins. Outkicked. King 10 making the call. Pot is about to get bigger, though. Ace queen suited for Noah. 5 1/4.
Old.
Raise and take it.
Big dog raise over there.
Big dog. Shit.
Meant to make it 520.
Come on, dude. Check the sins for that, dude.
Obviously, I have.
Well, as we are nearing the end of the night, looks like we've got 2 hands remaining. Thank you all so much for joining us here. It's always my pleasure to join Dan or Kyle in the booth.
Pleasure to have you here, and we're going to be back tomorrow night, too. Don't miss it. Another No Limit Hold'em stream, 7 p.m. Central, and Fins and Collin will be back. So, a rematch.
Hopefully they're seated next to each other so we can get more of these fun dynamics together.
Yeah, that would be great. Tisch Money opening this one. He's got kings. Fins playing every hand since that last huge pot. He's in there with Jack 9, HV, and Bedrock also coming along. 4 players going to the flop.
Yeah.
HV or Tisch Money probably not very happy about that. Probably wanted to get it down to 2 or 3 players.
Yeah, kings 4 ways, kind of hard to hold, and we've got a lot of hearts on board as well.
Bedrock connecting
But
with a 5.
They go, hey, what's the book?
Quickly checks all the way around, and now a 4-liner on board. Any 7 makes a straight. HV with top pair will lead this time.
Bedrock is going to call, and it's not the best spot for Tisch Money, and he is just going to unfortunately have to let his hand go multi-way. Kind of hard to know where you're at. Did have the best hand at the time, but not necessarily true by the river, which it would have been this time. But a board that connected and that dynamic, it's pretty hard to think that kings are good there.
Just one more hand tonight, but a lot of these guys will be back tomorrow, as I was saying. Not only Fins and Collin, but Outlaw will be back as well tomorrow, and Ty. So it's going to be another action game.
Absolutely. What are the stakes going to be tomorrow night for the Thursday takeover?
I believe it's the same 5, 10, 10, but I'm not 100% sure on that.
All right.
Have a new name on the list that I'm not familiar with. Will be here tomorrow, and then Andrew and
That's the way we play around here.
let's see,
No, dude, I just like thought it was...
the commish also
Awesome.
will be in the lineup.
Once they're
So it'll be a fun one.
Yep, sure to be a good time.
Or drawing slip.
You've just been tilted ever since HB kicked it off.
I've just been tilted ever since.
That's all it took.
That's all it took.
It's just fucking on tilt.
40 straddle is on. Fins makes the call. Bedrock in there from the big blind. Jack 7, and Outlaw checks his option. Bedrock with the best of it right now. 7-4 gets there. 8-4 connects. But Bedrock still has the best of it. Middle pair. Checks to Fins, takes a stab, 80 bucks. Bedrock calls, and Outlaw gets out of the way. No change with the deuce of hearts. Check, check this time.
No change on the river either. 7 still good.
You know, I forgot my...
Last pot of the night gonna be taken down by Mr. Bedrock.
We'll take a look at the final numbers.
Thank you.
Thanks for the great analysis again tonight, Chris. Always a pleasure to have you on the stream.
Of course.
Help me figure out this crazy game of poker.
A lot of these plays are above my head too, don't worry. Trying to figure it out together, you and I.
That's right. Come on back tomorrow, 7 p.m. Central, for another No Limit Hold'em stream. In the meanwhile, we'll take a look at these numbers. Ty leading the VPIP board, playing over half the hands dealt to him tonight. Pretty active table all around. These guys were having fun, splashing them around, and you're going to see that on the PFR as well. Lots of raises, lots of 3 bets, lots of 4 bets, a few 5 and 6 bets tonight. Ty leading that board as well. Raising a third of the hands that he played. HV up there close to that. Fins, even after that last huge pot, still ends up on top. Wins 6,400. Bedrock wins 45. Collin digs himself out and wins 2,600. Noah up 1,000. Everybody else in the red. HV took the worst beats tonight and ends up on the bottom, stuck close to 6,000. Not a great night for Outlaw either. 4,300 in the red, 3,000 for Ty. Jonathan down 18, and Tisch Money pretty close to even, down just $400 after 5 hours of 5, 10, 10. A lot of these guys will be back, and we will too. Come visit us here at Champions Club for For Chris McCauley, this is Dan Fouts saying good night.
Stay safe.
No counting the stacks, stacking the rags. No counting the stacks, stacking the rags. No counting the stacks, stacking the rags. No counting the stacks.